Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Arinwin. I lounge against a stone pillar in the training yard, my fingers absently tracing the intricate patterns etched into my blade's hilt. The familiar weight grounds me as I watch Vex and Michael circle each other in the combat ring. Vex's muscles bunch beneath his training leathers, a savage grin splitting his scarred face. Getting slow in your old age, tactician? He lunges forward, steel flashing. Michael sidesteps with calculated precision, his dove-gray wings shifting to maintain perfect balance. Still falling for the same feints? His green eyes narrow as he counters with a series of swift strikes. Their blades clash in a deadly dance, neither willing to yield ground. Vex fights like a beast unleashed, all raw power and brutal force. His steel-gray wings flare wide, casting jagged shadows across the packed dirt. Michael responds with surgical precision, each movement purposeful and controlled. The air crackles with unspent energy. Even these two feel it. The restlessness that's been plaguing the compound for days. The Prex's ceremonies have grown longer, their chants more fervent. Something stirs on the horizon. Blood sprays as Vex's blade finds Michael's shoulder. The tactician doesn't flinch, using the momentum to drive his knee into Vex's gut. They break apart, breathing hard. "Your form's messy today," I call out, earning a crude gesture from Vex. "Come down here and say that to my face, Kai." Vex wipes blood from a split lip, amber eyes gleaming with barely contained violence. I stretch my wings, feeling the old scars pull tight across the ash-gray feathers. And deprive myself of the entertainment? I think not. Michael sheathes his blade, green eyes calculating as ever. The compound grows restless. I think everyone senses it. Let them sense it. My fingers tighten on my hilt. Changes come and go. We remain. Vex rolls his shoulders, that savage grin still splitting his face. Speaking of changes, he launches at Michael again, blade singing through the air. Heard whispers from the temple. 13 beings created a new world. Took all kinds of creatures from here with them. I push off from the pillar, my wings unfurling as I drop into the ring. The packed dirt shifts beneath my boots. "Protheka," I say, testing the word on my tongue. "Another playground for new gods." With the level of magic thrown around, the term gods feels irrelevant. They're just bored creatures with too much time and magic. Michael deflects Vex's strike, his movements fluid despite the blood staining his shoulder. Not gods, powerful beings, but not divine. My blade finds his exposed flank. He twists away, but not before I draw blood. I could make a world if I wanted. The violence sings in my veins, demanding release. Who needs 13 when one would suffice? Arrogant bastard. Vex's attack forces me to pivot, my wings spreading wide for balance. His amber eyes burn with bloodlust as our blades lock. You'd fill it with broken things, wouldn't you? Breaking is an art. I drive my elbow into his throat, savoring his choked gasp. My captives always understand that enough. Michael circles us, waiting for an opening. Surely we'll be getting new ones soon. Perhaps we should practice our hospitality. I prefer to improvise. My violet eyes flare as I channel magic through my blade, sending Vex stumbling back. Each spirit breaks differently. Half the fun is finding the weak points. Like that merchant's daughter last month. Vex recovers, blood trickling from his split lip. Never heard such pretty screams. Crude. I dodge Michael's thrust, countering with a slash that opens his forearm. True mastery lies in breaking their hope, not their bodies. Physical pain fades. Mental scars. My laugh echoes across the yard. Those last forever. Our blades dance in lethal harmony, three predators playing at war. Blood darkens the dirt beneath our feet, but none of us slow. This is what we were made for. Violence given form, cruelty made beautiful. But it's soon disrupted. A burst of golden light explodes across the training yard, forcing me to shield my eyes. The Prex's summons burns through my blood like molten metal, demanding immediate compliance. Damn! I lower my blade, violet eyes narrowing at the interruption. Looks like playtime's over. Vex spits blood onto the dirt. Always when things get interesting. We make our way through the compound's stone corridors, our wings tucked close in the narrow passages. 3 other warriors fall in step. Faces I recognize, but names I've never bothered to learn. Expendable pieces in whatever game the Prexa plays now. The temple doors swing open on silent hinges. Incense burns in golden braziers, thick smoke curling around elaborate pillars. Praxa Ananias stands before the altar, her multiple sets of pure white wings spread in an impressive display of status. Light seems to bend around them, as if reality itself acknowledges their authority. I drop to one knee, not out of respect but necessity. The Prex's power demands submission, even from Zafan like me. Rise! Her voice resonates through the small temple. We have detected an anomaly. What kind of anomaly? Michael's tactical mind is already spinning possibilities. The Prex's wings shift, casting rippling shadows across the temple floor. An energy signature unlike anything we've encountered. It bears similarities to the creation of Protheka, but... She pauses, golden eyes sweeping over our assembled group. This feels different. Wilder. Another world. I can't keep the dark amusement from my voice. And you want us to find it. You will locate the source of this disturbance. The Prex's power crackles through the air, making my wings twitch. Report back what you find. Do not engage unless necessary. Vex's scarred face splits in a predatory grin. And if we find something worth engaging, then you will show them why the Zafan are feared across all realms. The Prex's words drip with cruel promise. You leave immediately. Do not fail us. I rise, already anticipating the violence to come. When have I ever failed to break what's put before me? She only gives me a wry smile and sends the 6 of us on our way. The temple's golden light fades as we make our way to the armory. My boots echo against stone steps, while my companions practically race ahead like eager fledglings. I hang back, watching their childish competition with dark amusement. Vex shoulders past Michael, sending him stumbling into a weapons rack. First pick goes to the fastest warrior. His scarred hands grasp a wicked curved blade. Brute force over strategy, as always. Michael rights himself, green eyes scanning the array of steel with calculated precision. He selects a slender sword designed for quick, devastating strikes. I ignore their posturing and move to the far corner where my personal weapons rest. My fingers trace the ornate runes etched into my ceremonial blade scabbard. Each marking represents a broken spirit, a shattered will. The leather grip bears the wear of countless victories, molded perfectly to my grasp through years of intimate use. The blade slides free with a whisper of steel on leather. Violet light dances along its edge, responding to the magic in my blood. I've marked hundreds with this weapon, their screams, their pleas, their final moments of resistance, all captured in its hungry metal. Still carrying that fancy letter opener! Vex tests his new blade's balance with wild swings. My wings shift, casting shadows across the weapon's surface. This letter opener has tasted more blood than you've spilled in your entire career. I run my thumb along the edge, letting it bite into my flesh. The blade seems to pulse, drinking in the offering. It knows what it likes. The weapon feels different today. Eager, almost impatient. Its usual thirst for suffering has deepened into something more primal. As I clean the centuries-old steel with ritualistic precision, I sense its anticipation. Whatever anomaly we're hunting, my blade yearns to taste it. Some of us prefer weapons that don't have opinions. Michael straps additional daggers to his belt. I sheathe the ceremonial blade with practiced grace. Everything has opinions, tactician. The trick is making them align with yours. Something I'm particularly skilled at, and eager to prove on a new set of captives.
Chapter 2. Arinwin. The first rays of sunlight filter through the cracked glass clinging to the frame, casting fractured rainbows across the wooden altar where I kneel. My dark hair falls forward like a curtain as I bow my head, my trembling fingers clasped tight in prayer. The temple, once grand, now serves as our sanctuary, its stone walls scarred by orc raids, but still standing defiant. To the gods watching, give us strength, I whisper, my voice barely disturbing the sacred silence. To the goddesses listening, guide us through these times. The dream haunts me still, massive beings with wings of light and shadow, descending through storm-racked skies. Each night they come closer, their presence both terrifying and compelling. They look almost like angels, but there's something far too foreboding about them. A distant explosion rocks the foundation. Dust and debris rain from the ceiling, but I don't flinch. This is why we refuse to cower underground like the others. Someone must keep faith, must maintain the old ways. My grandmother Evangeline taught her fellow followers that submission to fear means death of the spirit, and I've continued in her ways, even though I never got the chance to meet her. The torn dress I'm wearing rustles as I shift, my knees aching against the hard floor. Around me, candles flicker in the dawn breeze that sweeps through broken windows. Their light catches the olive tone of my skin, a reminder of the world before, when humans still walked freely under the sun. Another boom, closer this time. The orcs are coming as they always do, but we will endure, as we always have. My hands steady as I finish my prayer, though my heart pounds against my ribs. The dreams feel like a warning, yet I can't decipher their meaning. Each night, the winged beings reach for me with hands that burn like stars, their voices speaking words I can't quite grasp. I touch the rough wood of the altar, grounding myself in its solidity. Faith requires more than blind devotion. It demands strength, strategy, and sometimes defiance. The underground shelters may protect bodies, but they imprison souls. Once I finish with my prayers, I head toward the back of the temple. Heavy wooden doors creak as I step into what remains of our temple gardens. The morning air carries the acrid tinge of smoke from distant fires, but I focus instead on the herbs and vegetables struggling to grow in soil stained by war. Gabriel's already here, his broad shoulders hunched as he pulls weeds from between the withering plants. "Your prayers ran long today." He doesn't look up, but his tone carries concern. I kneel beside him, my fingers sinking into the earth. The dreams came again. Now he turns, warm brown eyes studying my face. A fresh scar crosses his forearm, pink and angry against his skin. Another badge from defending our walls. "Tell me." He sits back on his heels, wiping dirt-covered hands on his worn trousers. It's the same thing. Those winged beings. They reach for me from the skies, but it doesn't feel right. My hands shake as I tend a struggling tomato plant. There is almost no food left now, and we are doing what we can to perceive what the orcs haven't touched. Each night they come closer. Gabriel's quiet for a long moment. You know what they say about your grandmother? That the gods chose her. I can't keep the edge from my voice. That her devotion was so pure they blessed her by taking her away. Evangeline's faith never wavered, even at the end. He touches my shoulder, leaving a smudge of dirt on my dress. These dreams, maybe they're a sign. Maybe you're meant for something greater, like she was. I shake my head, dark waves of hair falling forward. I'm not her. I don't have her strength. You have your own strength, Arin. Gabriel's voice drops lower. I see it every day in how you refuse to hide, how you keep our faith alive while others flee underground. The morning sun catches his tied-back hair as he returns to his work, but his words settle heavy in my chest. Everyone knows the story. How Evangeline vanished during her prayers, taken by divine hands as a blessing to our people. But the dreams don't feel like a blessing. They feel like a storm gathering on the horizon, ready to sweep away everything I know. The evening shadows stretch like grasping fingers across our makeshift pews, splintered benches and chairs salvaged from ruins. Candlelight dances across the faces of our small congregation, casting deep hollows beneath their eyes. My voice rises and falls in familiar cadence as I lead the evening prayers, but tonight something feels different. Wrong. Guide us through darkness, I intone, my hands raised toward the broken ceiling. Shield us from those who would destroy. The words catch in my throat. A presence weighs on my shoulders, invisible yet undeniable. I force myself to continue, though my skin prickles with awareness. Those who would destroy your sacred places. My voice grows stronger, more urgent. The other worshippers shift, exchanging glances. They sense it too, this crackling tension in the air. Movement flickers in my peripheral vision. I turn, but there's only empty space between the crumbling columns. Still, I can't shake the sensation of being watched, studied. My dark hair falls forward as I bow my head, using the curtain of waves to scan the room without being obvious. Let your light pierce the shadows. The words tumble faster now, driven by something beyond my understanding. Let your strength flow through those who keep faith. Others murmur their own prayers with increasing fervour. The candles flutter though there's no breeze, their flames stretching tall before shrinking to mere pinpoints. Again, that feeling of eyes upon me. My olive skin grows cold despite the summer evening's warmth. I grip the wooden altar until splinters dig into my palms, grounding myself in physical sensation. We stand before you, I continue, my voice carrying to every corner of the temple, unwavering in our devotion. The silence between my words feels alive, pregnant with possibility, or warning. Gabriel catches my eye from his position near the door, his hand resting on the knife at his belt. He feels it too. I draw a steadying breath, refusing to let fear rule me. Whatever watches from the shadows, I will not cower. I am my grandmother's granddaughter, and faith requires courage above all else. After the evening service, we all tend to our chores. I drag the worn cloth across the altar's surface, working stubborn wax from last night's vigil off the ancient wood. Moonlight streams through the broken windows, casting long shadows that dance with the flame of my lantern. The temple feels different at night, older, wilder, as if the darkness awakens something in its bones. Gabriel paces near the door, his footsteps echoing off stone walls. You don't need to do this now, Arin. It can wait until morning. The altar deserves respect, I say, dipping the cloth in warm water. Besides, the quiet helps me think. He snorts, checking the lock for the third time. And the night makes it easier for things to sneak up on you. My hands pause mid-wipe. The air grows heavy, pressing against my skin like a physical weight. In the silver basin beside the altar, holy water ripples in concentric circles, though nothing has touched its surface. My breath catches as that familiar presence returns, the one from my dreams, heavy and charged and impossible to ignore. Arin? Gabriel's voice seems to come from far away. You're white as a sheet. I force my hands to move again, focusing on the simple motion of cloth against wood. Just tired. The lie tastes bitter, but telling him about the presence will only fuel his protectiveness. He already loses enough sleep watching over me. He's like my brother, always fussing over me. You're a terrible liar. He moves closer, scanning the shadows. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I straighten, tucking loose strands of hair behind my ear. The presence intensifies, making my skin tingle. In the basin, the ripples grow stronger. I just need to finish this. Gabriel's hand settles on my shoulder. You're trembling. I'm fine. I shrug off his touch, though guilt twists in my stomach at the hurt in his eyes. But I can't explain what I don't understand myself. This sensation of being watched by something vast and unknowable. Something that makes the very air vibrate with power. The holy water continues its strange dance, reflecting fractured moonlight across the walls. I press my palms flat against the altar, drawing strength from its solid presence, while that otherworldly weight bears down, filling the temple with expectant silence.
Chapter 3. Arinwin. Dawn's first rays pierce the mist as I materialize with my warriors before a dilapidated building. Immediately I sense the humans inside, grinning at what we found. So many have vanished from Arasak, taken to Protheka presumably, and now we have a group to replenish what we need. The scent of incense mingles with decay. These survivors cling to their faith while their world crumbles around them. A world we've been portaling across for the last day, taking in the destruction, the lack of vegetation and the brooding boosts behind it all. It's a worthless world with nearly no magic. We had nearly decided to return home, but now I'm glad we didn't. Through the broken door I can see inside the temple easily. A woman's voice rises in prayer, clear and unwavering. Her dark hair cascades down her back as she kneels before a makeshift altar, leading her flock in their morning devotions. Something about her draws my attention. Perhaps the way she holds herself, spine straight and proud despite the circumstances. "Look at these pathetic creatures," Vex sneers beside me, his amber eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Still begging their gods for salvation? It seems to be common among the humans. They cling to whatever invisible idea they think will save them. I'm not sure when they'll figure out that nothing will." I lift my hand, silencing him. The woman's prayers wash over me, and for a moment I forget why we're here. She's unfairly beautiful for a human, warm skin, unmarred by the harshness of this broken world, features delicate yet strong. My wings flex unconsciously, ash-gray feathers rustling in the stillness. Michael shifts his weight, ever calculating. Their faith sustained them this long. Impressive, considering. But I barely hear him. My focus remains on the dark-haired woman, watching how the others look to her for guidance. Such unwavering conviction in a world that's shown them nothing but cruelty. My lips curl into a smile. Breaking her will prove far more satisfying than those who simply cower and beg. "Time to introduce ourselves," I say, violet eyes flaring with magic as I stride forward. The other warriors fall in behind me, wings spread in an intimidating display of power. Her eyes lock on me as soon as I cross the threshold. This one's spirit burns bright. I look forward to extinguishing it slowly, methodically, until she learns her proper place in my world. As more Zafan filter into the building, one that is far too small for our presence, the humans scatter like startled prey, dropping to their knees with practiced submission. All except her. She continues her prayer, voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. I stalk toward her, boots clicking against stone. My shadow falls across her kneeling form, wings spread wide enough to block the morning light filtering through broken windows. Your devotion is admirable, but you pray to the wrong gods. Sish! She lifts her chin, meeting my gaze without flinching. Those deep brown eyes hold steel beneath their surface. This one has a spine. I know who I serve. Her voice carries the same musical quality as her prayers. And you are? I circle her slowly, drinking in every detail. The way her dark waves spill over simple clothing. How she maintains perfect posture even on her knees. The pulse fluttering at her throat betrays her fear. But she doesn't cower. Arinwin! She keeps her eyes forward, refusing to track my movement. Arinwin, I taste the name on my tongue. Tell me, Arinwin, do you truly believe your gods will save you? A slight smile curves her lips. They already have, many times over. My hand shoots out, gripping her chin. I force her to look at me, to acknowledge the power radiating from my very being. Her skin feels like silk beneath my calloused fingers. Such fire, I murmur. Such misplaced faith. Behind me, Vex chuckles darkly, but I barely register the sound. This close, I catch the scent of incense in her hair, see the flecks of gold in those defiant eyes. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating a cage of ash-gray feathers around us. She doesn't struggle against my grip. Instead, her lips move in silent prayer, each word a subtle act of rebellion. Fascinating. Most humans break at the first touch, yet she armors herself in conviction. Your prayers won't shield you anymore, little flame. I release her chin, but she doesn't look away. Your gods won't help you. I grin. But I'll let you worship me instead. Her eyes flash, and my grin widens. This is going to be very fun indeed. Take them! My command sparks chaos. Vex lunges first, seizing two humans with brutal efficiency. His wings snap out, knocking others to the ground as they try to flee. Michael moves with calculated precision, herding the scattered faithful like sheep to slaughter. Their screams shatter the morning peace. Some beg for mercy, others cry out to their gods. How predictable. My attention remains fixed on Arinwin as she starts to rise, but my hand finds her throat, fingers wrapping around that delicate column. Pray louder, little flame. I lift her until her feet barely touch the ground. Let's see if your gods hear you now. Her pulse races beneath my palm, but those eyes, those deep brown eyes hold no terror. Instead of struggling, she draws a careful breath and begins to pray. Her voice rings clear despite my grip, each word precise and powerful. Blessed are those who walk in darkness, for they shall find light. My wings snap forward, casting us both in shadow. You dare! But, she continues, gaze locked with mine. Guide us through shadow into dawn! Blood rushes in my ears. This slip of a human, dangling from my grasp, defies me with every breath. The urge to crush her throat wars with a different kind of hunger. Her prayers wash over me like summer rain, stirring something I thought was long dead. Even in the valley of death, we fear no evil. I tighten my grip, just enough to make breathing difficult. Still she prays, tears gathering in her eyes but refusing to fall. Such spirit, such delicious defiance. Breaking her will be an exquisite pleasure. Your faith can't save them. I gesture to where my warriors round up her flock. Blood already stains the temple floor. Look at your people, little flame, watch them fall. Yet her prayers don't falter. If anything, they grow stronger, each word a challenge. Even as chaos erupts around us, she remains focused, determined. Shouldn't arouse me, but it does. Seeing her so determined, so defiant, something that will be so delicious to break, is doing something to me. I can just imagine how sweet her submission will be, especially for someone as beautiful as her. I lean in as a tear drips down her cheek, licking it up, savoring it. She whimpers and I chuckle, bringing my lips to her ear. Your tears only make me want more. Cry harder for me. I pull back to see her biting down on her lip, her eyes narrowed. And damn it if that look doesn't do something for me. Around us, my warriors begin selecting their prizes. Vex drags 2 sobbing women toward the door, while Michael efficiently binds the wrists of a young man. Kai, Vex calls, but I don't look away. My attention stays locked on the dark-haired beauty in my grip, her pulse racing beneath my fingers. Kieran. This time I turn to him and he nods toward the door. Ready to head out? I nod, looking back to the woman I'm holding on to. But before I can do anything else, I'm annoyingly interrupted. A man lunges forward, desperation etched on his features. Let her go! His fist swings wild, but I dodge without releasing Arinwin, though her feet do hit the ground, and my hand relaxes a bit. Enough that I hear her suck in a breath. My wing sweeps out, knocking him back. Gabriel, don't! Arinwin's voice cracks with concern. I laugh, the sound echoing off stone walls. Listen to her, human. She's smarter than you. Gabriel scrambles up, muscles tensing for another attack. Fool. I release Arinwin's throat only to grab her arm, pulling her against my chest. My wings curl around us both, creating a barrier between her and her would-be protector. She's mine now. I inhale the scent of incense in her hair. Aren't you, little flame? She trembles against me, but her voice remains steady. I belong to no one but my gods. We'll see about that. My free hand traces her jaw, feeling her sharp intake of breath. Gabriel charges again, and I shove him back with a burst of magic that sends him sprawling. Your persistence bores me. Arinwin struggles then, trying to reach him. Please, don't hurt him. Begging already. I tighten my grip, drinking in her gasp of pain. But you haven't even seen what I'm capable of yet. Gabriel rises again, blood trickling from his lip. Such devoted foolishness. I turn Arinwin to face me, violet eyes boring into brown. Watch closely, little flame. This is what happens to those who defy me. But before I can demonstrate, she places her palm against my chest. The touch startles me, not in submission or plea, but with quiet determination. I'll go willingly. Just spare him. Please. Her request catches me off guard. Such strength in surrender. My wings flex unconsciously, feathers brushing her skin. Wise choice. I grab her wrists, binding them with conjured shadows. Your gods have abandoned you to me, Arinwin. Remember that. There's only me now.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 4. Arinwin. I was right to fear my dreams, because now the creatures have come to life. They're beautiful, terrifyingly, impossibly beautiful. Their wings shimmer in hues I've never seen before, and their faces seem carved from the finest marble. but it's their eyes that freeze my blood, cold, calculating, devoid of mercy. Kai keeps a strong grip around my arm, dark hair falling past broad shoulders, clad in leather and gleaming metal, as he drags me out of the temple. His violet eyes are vibrant, and I can't stop staring, especially when his gaze locks with mine and a cruel smile curves his perfect lips. Heat floods my cheeks, despite the terror gripping my chest. "Time to go," he says as another of his kind holds out a hand. And magic erupts, pulling apart the air to create something I've never seen before. All of us gape while these creatures keep moving, but I can't take my eyes off the swirling vortex of light that tears through the very fabric of reality. Magic. Real magic. The air crackles with power that makes my skin tingle and my head spin. Some of my congregation scream, others faint. I force myself to stay upright, even as rough hands pull me toward the portal. I don't fight him, even as Kai bends down to whisper in my ear. "Welcome to Erasak, Arinwin." His violet eyes gleam with dark amusement as he shoves me through the gateway. The world dissolves into a kaleidoscope of colour and sensation. My stomach lurches as reality bends and twists around me. Just when I think I'll lose consciousness, solid ground materialises beneath my feet. I look around, taking in what looks to be a military compound, and it is filled with more of the winged beings. The compound rises around us in stark grey stone, adorned with unfamiliar military symbols and banners that flutter in the alien breeze. My legs shake from the portal crossing, but I force myself to stand tall, refusing to stumble. Guards with wings of mottled bronze and silver patrol the high walls, their movements precise and calculated. "Move!" Kai barks, shoving our group toward a set of iron doors and a building I don't want to enter. "You can save your gawking for later. The Zafan always appreciate the praise." His grin is sharp, but I tuck away the information. Zafan. They are called Zafan. I catch Gabriel's eye across the crowd. Blood trickles from a cut above his brow, but his shoulders remain squared, protective even in chains. I give him the slightest shake of my head when his muscles tense. Not yet. My lips form the familiar words of comfort as we're herded down stone corridors lit by crystalline orbs that pulse with magical light. Be strong in faith, for the gods watch over us even now. The prayer steadies my voice, gives purpose to my careful observation of each turning, each guard post. Kai's wing brushes my shoulder as he passes, startling me at his sudden appearance. "Your prayers won't save you here, little flame." His voice drops low, meant for my ears alone. "But please continue. I find your devotion amusing." I lift my chin, meeting those cruel violet eyes. I pray for all souls, even those who have forgotten mercy. His laugh echoes off the stone as we're pushed into a large chamber lined with cells. The bars gleam with sigils that make my skin crawl. Magic meant to contain. They separate us efficiently, 4 or 5 to a cell. I end up with Gabriel and 3 others from our congregation. "Rest well," Kai says, his wings casting long shadows across the floor. "You're going to need it." I press my back against the cold wall, continuing my whispered prayers while tracking the guard's movements through lowered lashes. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. The door to my cell scrapes open hours later. I keep my eyes closed, continuing my evening prayers even as heavy boots approach. Kai's presence fills the small space, his wings rustling with barely contained irritation. "Your faith means nothing here." His voice carries the bite of winter winds. "You belong to me now." I finish my prayer before meeting his gaze. My soul belongs to no one but the ones who gave it to me. Kai's violet eyes flash as he crosses the distance between us in one fluid stride. His wing pins me against the wall, the feathers surprisingly soft against my skin. Your gods abandoned you the moment I claimed you, little flame. Heat radiates from his body as he leans closer, but I refuse to shrink away. Instead, I begin another prayer, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Through the darkest night, light guides me. His fingers grip my jaw, forcing my face up. Enough. I continue, watching the muscle tick in his clenched jaw. May the goddess's strength sustains me when shadows threaten to... I said enough. The words rumble from deep in his chest. To overwhelm my spirit. His wing presses harder, and magic crackles in the air around us. But beneath his anger, I catch a flicker of something else in those otherworldly eyes. Intrigue. He studies me like a puzzle he can't quite solve. Your prayers won't protect you, he says, but his grip on my jaw loosens slightly. I meet his gaze without flinching. They already have. I'm still here, still faithful, despite your attempts to break me. A dark laugh escapes him. Is that what you think this is? His thumb traces my lower lip, the touch sending unwanted shivers down my spine. I've barely begun, little flame. Your defiance only makes the game more interesting. I start another prayer, softer this time, watching how his wings twitch at the sound. Each word seems to both draw and repel him. But soon, that breaks as he drops me to the floor. I'll show you what it means to really break. Then he walks out. A guard shoves me forward, separating our group into smaller clusters. Gabriel lunges between two bronze-winged warriors, his fingers grazing my sleeve. Arin! I plant my palm against his chest and push him back, shaking my head. The desperation in his warm brown eyes tears at my heart, but I can't let him risk himself. Not for me. Stay back. How touching. Kai's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. The temperature drops as he stalks toward us, violet eyes blazing. His wings flare wide, casting us in shadow. Attempting to protect your little friend. Gabriel tenses, ready to defend me, but I step between them. He meant no harm. Kai's hand shoots out, fingers wrapping around my throat, not squeezing, just holding, a reminder of his power. You dare interfere with my guards. I meet his gaze, keeping my voice steady despite the thundering of my heart. I pushed him away. The fault is mine alone. Indeed it is. His grip tightens fractionally. Behind me, I hear Gabriel's chains rattle as guards restrain him. Your defiance requires correction. Do what you must. I begin another prayer, watching how his jaw clenches at the words. Through trials we find strength. His wings snap forward, caging me between dark feathers as he forces me back against the wall. Your prayers won't save him from punishment. Then punish me instead. The words come out clear and strong, though my pulse races beneath his fingers. Something shifts in those violet depths, hunger mixed with fascination. His thumb traces my racing pulse. Such nobility. His lips curve into a cruel smile. Very well, little flame. You'll take his punishment, but he'll know it's all because of him. I lift my chin. As long as he remains unharmed. Kai's laugh holds no warmth. So eager to sacrifice yourself. I look forward to breaking that spirit of yours. You can break my body, I whisper, but my soul remains my own. His wings press closer, feathers brushing my cheeks. We shall see about that, little flame. We shall see. He steps back as I'm shoved into a new cell, a larger one. This time, Gabriel is dumped in with me. Moving back into the corner and away from the cell doors, I take a breath and try to get my bearings. Try to ignore the violet eyes that stay on me even now. Through the narrow windows, an alien sky stretches above, deeper blue than Earth's, with 2 moons hanging like pearls against velvet. The larger one gleams golden, while its smaller companion shimmers with an ethereal silver light. My breath catches at their beauty, even as my heart aches for home. The compound's architecture speaks of power and dominance, all sharp angles and imposing heights. Banners bearing unfamiliar symbols ripple in a breeze that carries strange, spicy scents. The stone beneath my feet pulses with ancient magic that makes my skin tingle. Bronze and silver-winged warriors line the corridors, their faces masks of cold indifference. Their wings reflect the light from crystalline orbs, creating shifting patterns across the walls. Some wear elaborate armour that catches the light, while others dress in simple leather and metal combinations. All carry themselves with the same predatory grace as their commander. My gaze drifts to Kai, despite my attempts to focus elsewhere. He leans against the bars of a cell, those violet eyes burning into me as I take in my surroundings. His ash-grey wings twitch slightly when our eyes meet, and his perfect lips curve into that cruel smile that sets my pulse racing. I force myself to look away, continuing my study of this alien world. The air itself feels different here, heavier with magic, crackling with potential that makes my hair stand on end. Through another window, I glimpse buildings that seem to defy gravity, their spires reaching toward that strange sky like golden fingers grasping for power. Fascinating, isn't it? Kai's voice slides over my skin like silk wrapped around steel. He hasn't moved from his position, but his attention weighs on me like a physical touch. Such wonder in those eyes, even now. Tell me, little flame, does our world match your prayer's promises of paradise? I keep my voice steady, though my heart pounds. Paradise isn't built on the backs of slaves. His wings rustle, the only sign my words affect him. His expression remains unreadable, but his eyes burn with an intensity that makes me shiver. He watches me like a predator studying its prey, calculating the perfect moment to strike. And I know it is coming.
Chapter 5. Chiron. I roll my shoulders as I stride into one of the open chambers after training, wings flaring wide before settling against my back. Unlike some of the Zafan, I live off the military compound, but there are always rooms to use when I need them, and today I will. My little flame stands near the doorway, having been brought up at my request, head bowed in that deceptively submissive pose. But I've caught the fire in those deep brown eyes, the way she studies everything around her. Draw a bath. The command comes out rough. Sweat still clings to my skin from sparring, and the ache in my muscles demands attention. Her steps are measured as she moves to the washroom. The sound of running water fills the silence. Steam curls through the doorway while I unbuckle my armor, letting each piece clatter to the floor. Let her clean it up later. When she returns, I'm down to my training pants. Her gaze catches on my bare chest, tracing the scars that mark victories earned in battle. Most flinch away. She doesn't. In fact, her eyes trace me like she doesn't want to look away. Like she wants to memorize my body. My manhood jerks at the thought. See something you like, little flame? A flush colors her tan skin, but she doesn't look away. I meant to serve you. Then serve. I closed the distance between us, towering over her smaller frame. Remove these. I gesture to my remaining clothes. Her fingers tremble as she reaches for the fastenings, but her movements stay precise, clinical, like she's forcing herself to stay detached. It makes me want to shatter that careful control, especially when her eyes widen as I step out of my clothes and she takes in my body. She can act like nothing breaks her, but I see it there. She's at least attracted to me, which is good considering I can't get her out of my head. The water beckons, but I take my time stepping out of my clothes. Let her see exactly what she's dealing with, what owns her now. I always like to start with psychological warfare. Shame and fear can eat away at the strongest resolve until nothing remains but an empty shell eager to please. But Arin... she keeps surprising me. Her gaze travels the length of my body as I cross to the baths, lingering in ways that send heat through my blood. There's no fear in those eyes, only a curiosity that makes me want to push further, see how far I can make her bend before she breaks. Attend me. I sink into the steaming water, stretching my wings out to their full span. The scarred edges catch the lamplight as water droplets trail down the ash-gray feathers. And she does. Quietly. Carefully. She does everything I ask, but there's an underlying tension beneath it all as her hands glide along my skin. I could take her. Use her. But breaking bodies has never been my strong suit, and I want her soul, her willing submission before I have her, because I know that there is no way I'm not going to take everything she is for my own. The next morning, I drag my little flame to the training grounds. Her quiet footsteps trail behind me as other Zafan warriors gather for combat practice. Perfect. Time to remind her exactly what kind of monster owns her. Watch. I push her toward the stone benches ringing the arena. Don't look away. My opponent steps forward, some low-ranking soldier whose name I've never bothered to learn. His mottled brown wings mark him as common stock, disposable. I roll my shoulders, magic crackling along my skin as violet light dances between my fingers. The soldier circles, searching for weakness. Amateur. I let him come at me, waiting until the last possible moment before sidestepping. My elbow connects with his spine. The crack echoes across the grounds. He stumbles, but recovers, determined. I'll fix that. Lightning arcs from my hands, catching his left wing. Feathers singe and smoke. He screams, music to my ears. My gaze flicks to Arin. She leans forward, chin propped on her hand. Studying, analyzing. Where's the horror I expected? Growling, I launch myself at my opponent. My wings snap open, using the momentum to drive him into the ground. Bones crunch under my grip. Blood sprays as I slam his face into the packed dirt again and again. Yield! He chokes out the word through broken teeth. I grab his wings, twisting until tendons tear and joints pop. His screams turn desperate. Beautiful. But when I look at Arin again, she's still watching with that same measured interest. Like she's memorizing my moves rather than cowering from them. Fury burns in my chest. I release my opponent, leaving him whimpering in the dirt. Other warriors drag him away for healing while I stalk toward my little flame. Enjoyed the show? My voice comes out as a snarl. Those deep brown eyes meet mine without flinching. Your form is exceptional, my lord, especially the way you use your wings for balance during close combat. My hands clench at my sides. Where's the fear? The disgust? Instead, she's treating this like some kind of combat lesson. It sets my teeth on edge. I drag her to my weapons chamber, shoving a cleaning cloth into her delicate hands. Clean them, every last one. The wall bristles with blades, daggers, swords, axes, each one stained with violence like today's. Her fingers close around the first blade, my favorite dagger with its wicked curve and serrated edge. I expect hesitation, maybe even revulsion at the dried blood crusting the steel. Instead, she traces the ceremonial runes etched into the metal with something like fascination. These markings, her thumb follows a spiral pattern near the hilt. They're prayers to your god, aren't they? Heat flares under my skin. I don't know why I hate her asking, her reverence as she says it. Maybe it's because my god is real, is great, and hers are false. Or maybe it's because I've never had anyone admire something of mine. I don't know how to react to it. Did I tell you to admire them? I snap, but my eyes track her movements as she works. Her methodical strokes polish the steel until it gleams. Those small hands cradle each blade with unexpected care, like she's handling holy relics instead of tools of war. She moves to my broadsword next. The massive weapon should look absurd in her grip, but she manages it with surprising grace. Her fingers dance along the fuller, cleaning away gore while examining the intricate scrollwork. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Her voice carries genuine appreciation. Each rune flows into the next, creating a complete prayer. My wings twitch with irritation. Or something else entirely. You're here to clean, not analyze. But I can't look away as she works her way through my arsenal. Every weapon receives the same reverent attention. She doesn't rush or recoil from the evidence of violence. If anything, she seems to lose herself in studying each blade's unique markings. I stay with her until she's done, and then dump her back into her cell. Maybe she's some kind of magic wielder, because as I head to the mess hall, I feel like she is scrambling my brain. As soon as I stride into the crowded building, I know that the evening meal is going to grate on my nerves. Whispers follow my movements, eyes tracking me after having Aaron out near the training ring today. Varax, a lower-ranked commander with muddy brown-gray wings, leans across the table. Still keeping that human pet? Thought you would have been done with her by now. My fork scrapes against the plate. Your point? Just unusual to see you invested in one slave for so long. Normally you'd have discarded her by now. The hall falls silent as I rise, wings spreading to cast shadows over the table. Violet light crackles between my fingers. Questioning my methods? Varax's throat bobs. No, I merely... My hand closes around his neck, lifting him from his seat. His wings flap uselessly as I slam him against the wall. Merely what? Blood trickles from where my nails dig into his flesh. And fighting among Zafan is so common that most aren't even watching. And no one will come to his aid. If you aren't strong enough to fight off your attackers, you don't deserve to be saved, at least as a warrior. Nothing. Varax chokes out the word. Forgive me. I squeeze harder, feeling cartilage crack under my grip. Next time you wonder about my choices, remember this moment. His face turns purple before I release him. He crumples to the floor, gasping. Other officers avert their eyes as I return to my seat. But I know they are right. This obsession for me is only growing, and I want more. I want to push her, bend her, break her. I want to see her shatter for me. I want her devotion to me. The thought of it all, of punishing that defiance out of her, sends arousal coursing through my veins. But not here. Not on this compound with lesser warriors watching. I'll take my time breaking through her walls in private, which means I need to make new arrangements for her.
Chapter 6. Arinwin. I curl tighter into myself, the cold stone seeping through my thin dress and into my bones. Every shift sends needles of pain through my cramped muscles. The Zafan guards patrol past our cells, their ash-grey wings casting flickering shadows in the torchlight. Another scream echoes down the corridor. They've taken someone else. Stay strong, Gabriel whispers next to me. His familiar voice steadies me, though I hear the strain beneath his attempted comfort. A young woman stumbles past, shoved roughly back into an adjacent cell by a sneering guard. Her dress hangs in tatters, fresh bruises darkening her throat. She collapses in the corner, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. No one moves to help her. We've all learned that drawing attention only makes things worse. My stomach twists as the sour smell of unwashed bodies and waste fills my nostrils. They feed us barely enough mouldy bread to keep us alive, throwing it through the bars like we're animals. Some fight over the scraps. Others, like the elderly man across from me, have stopped eating altogether. Arin. Gabriel moves closer, trying to comfort me as I try to shut out the doubts seeping in. But why are they doing this? Why these creatures? And our gods? Where are they now? I know it is what the Zafan want, so I try to fight it. But with each abused body that is dragged back here, I start to lose a little bit of my grasp on my faith. Gabriel gently touches my arm. We'll get through this. His hand bears fresh cuts. He fought back when they took a temple girl yesterday. They beat him for it, but he never screams. Before I can respond, a guard's boots stop before my cell. My heart pounds as keys rattle in the lock. But he only dumps another prisoner inside, a boy no older than 14, blood trickling from his split lip. His eyes are vacant, staring at nothing. I want to help him, to offer what little comfort I can. But movement draws pain, and I've learned that kindness here only paints a target on your back. So I stay curled in my corner, silently praying as another scream pierces the darkness. Gabriel's fingers tighten around mine. "We'll survive this," he murmurs, though his voice wavers. "We have to." I know he's right, and I try to strengthen my resolve. But the gods must know I'm in need of a test, because I soon see a familiar figure striding down between the cells. The torchlight catches on his violet eyes, making them glow with predatory intensity as they lock onto me. This one. His deep voice carries authority that makes the guards snap to attention. The cell door scrapes open. "Come here, little flame." I press back against the cold stone, but keep my chin lifted. I will come willingly if we can negotiate how humans are being treated. "Negotiate?" A dark laugh rumbles from his chest. "You belong to me now. There are no negotiations." Kai steps closer, and I catch the glint of battle scars across his exposed forearms. His black hair falls loose around his shoulders, framing features that might be beautiful if not twisted with such cruel amusement. "Arin, no!" Gabriel lunges between us. "Don't touch her!" Kai snarls at Gabriel. His wings flare out, ash-grey feathers bristling. "You haven't learned your lesson yet, human." "Please," I whisper, seeing the violence building in those glowing eyes. I stand, brushing myself off as I step around my friend. "Gabriel, it's okay. I'll be fine." "Like hell you will." Gabriel's voice cracks. "I won't let him." Kai's hand shoots forward, catching Gabriel's throat. "You won't let me? You have no power here, human." His fingers tighten until Gabriel chokes. "Stop!" I scramble to my feet. "I'll come willingly. Just don't hurt him." Kai's grip loosens, but his expression darkens further at my plea. He releases Gabriel with a snarl and stalks toward me. His wings cast me in shadow as he grabs my arm, fingers bruising. "No more bargaining for others, little flame. You'll learn your place." He drags me from the cell. I don't fight, though every instinct screams to struggle. I hold on to my faith instead, even as Gabriel's desperate calls fade behind us. Kai's grip never loosens as he drags me through gleaming streets. My feet stumble on polished stone, the splendour of the city blurring past in a haze of gold and crystal spires. His townhouse looms before us, dark stone a stark contrast to the city's radiance. Filthy creature. His lip curls as he shoves me toward marble stairs. "Up, second door. Clean yourself before you taint my home further." The bathroom sparkles with precious metals and stone. My hands shake as I strip off my grimy dress, my time in captivity falling away under steaming water. Soap scents the air with foreign flowers. I scrub until my skin turns pink, savouring warmth after the cell's bone-deep chill. Fresh clothes wait on a hook, a simple grey dress that still feels like silk against my raw skin. In the kitchen, bread and fruit await. My stomach cramps at the sight of real food. I force myself to eat slowly, though hunger claws at me. "Done making yourself presentable?" Kai's voice cuts through my relief. I follow the voice into an adjoining room where I see him sprawled on a black leather chaise, wings draped carelessly over its sides. "Kneel here." I sink to my knees beside him, keeping my eyes lowered. The plush carpet cushions my bones, another mercy after those cold, hard floors I've been on. "Pour." He gestures to a crystal decanter. My hands tremble as I fill his glass with deep red wine. Good little pet, already learning obedience. His fingers catch my chin, forcing my gaze up. Those violet eyes bore into mine, cruel amusement dancing in their depths. Do you know why I chose you, little flame? Your spirit burns so bright. Breaking it will be... His thumb traces my lower lip. Entertaining. I won't break. The words slip out before I can stop them. His laugh holds no warmth. They all say that, but you'll learn. Pour me more wine, and I'll tell you exactly how I plan to extinguish that fire. I reach for the decanter, focusing on keeping my hands steady as he details my fate with casual cruelty. His wings shift restlessly, casting moving shadows across my skin. I hold on to my prayers like a shield, though his words chip away at my resolve. But I can't let him break me. Not as I kneel next to him all afternoon. Not as I serve him dinner. Not as I do everything he asks, waiting to see how much worse this will all get. I'm almost surprised when he has me follow him into his room that night, though I should have been expecting it. Only he doesn't throw me on the bed or order me to strip. Instead, Kai points to layers of blankets and pillows on the ground at the foot of his bed. Your bed, pet. Grateful creatures sleep where their masters allow. The pallet is thick wool stuffed with something soft, leagues better than cell floor. There are blankets and pillows placed on top, all soft and warm. Still, the placement speaks volumes. I'm no better than a dog to him. I sink down, wrapping one of the blankets around my shoulders. Quietly, I start up my evening ritual of talking to my gods. Your nightly prayers amuse me. Kai sprawls across his massive bed, wings spreading over black silk sheets. What god listens to a slave? I close my eyes, letting familiar words fill my mind. My words are quiet, my lips moving on nearly inaudible sounds, but he must still be watching. Pathetic. His deep voice cuts through my meditation. Your gods abandoned you to my mercy. I continue praying, though his presence above me sends shivers down my spine. The rustle of feathers draws my attention. His wings shift restlessly, casting moving shadows across my upturned face. My words falter as I catch his violet eyes watching me, gleaming with predatory interest in the darkness. Such devotion. He props himself on one elbow, black hair spilling over bare shoulders. Tell me, little flame, does your faith warm you? Does it shield you from the monster above your bed? The mockery in his tone should strengthen my resolve. Instead, I find myself distracted by the play of moonlight on battle scars crossing his chest, his now bare chest. My prayers tangle on my tongue. His dark laugh rumbles through the room. Already losing focus? Perhaps you need motivation to maintain your piety. I force my eyes closed, gripping the blanket tighter. The words come faster now, desperate. But I can't block out his presence. The heat radiating from his massive form, the subtle movements of those deadly wings, the weight of his gaze burning into my skin. Sleep well, pet. His voice drops lower, filled with cruel promise. Tomorrow we begin breaking that spirit properly. I curl tighter into myself, clinging to my prayers even as his steady breathing above me threatens to drown them out.
Chapter 7. Chiron! Dawn filters through the balcony windows, and her whispered prayers stir me from sleep. I find Arin kneeling at the foot of my bed, dark hair cascading over her shoulders as she murmurs her morning devotions. Rage burns through my veins. Every prayer she speaks belongs to her old gods, not to me. I watch her for a moment, studying how the sunlight catches the waves in her hair, how her olive skin glows in the morning light. Little flame. My voice cuts through her prayers. You will serve my breakfast, now. Her brown eyes meet mine, unflinching. Yes, sir. I grin, liking the sound of that on her lips. Then, I add, without clothes. She rises with that maddening grace she carries, each movement deliberate as she removes the simple dress. The fabric pools at her feet, yet she maintains her composure, chin lifted. No trembling, no tears. Just that same quiet strength that makes me want to shatter her resolve. And damn, my mouth goes dry at the sight of her. She's tempting, her frame graceful and lean. Her bosom is small and perky, and I want to kiss and bite those taunt points. I'm not even sure who I'm tormenting anymore now as I watch her round buttocks sway as she walks toward my kitchen. I'm following her, unable to think of much else as I drop into my seat. Kneel beside the table. Arin glides across the floor, assuming the position with practiced ease. Her hair falls forward, creating a dark curtain that partially shields her face. But I catch the steel in her gaze, the unwavering dignity that makes my jaw clench. I sit at the table, watching as she pours the morning tea with steady hands. Steam curls between us. Her movements are precise, efficient, serving without subservience. Each gesture carries an underlying defiance that sets my teeth on edge. My wings flex with irritation. She should be trembling, begging, breaking, not maintaining this infuriating composure. Instead, her quiet dignity only heightens my awareness of her. The graceful line of her neck, the subtle strength in her shoulders, the way she moves with such fluid control. I grip my cup too hard, nearly cracking the delicate porcelain. Your prayer should be to me alone, little flame. I will not lose my faith while I serve you. Her voice carries no fear, no submission, just that same steady resolve that makes my blood burn. By the time breakfast is over, I know I have to get out of this house. I send her to dress, feeling much closer to breaking than she is, and then we head to the compound for training. At least in the ring I can work out my problems. And when my friends see me and immediately join, I feel relieved, even though Arin's stare burns into me with every move I make. Again! My wings snap out as I circle Vex, muscles coiled for the next strike. Sweat drips down my back, but I keep my focus split between the fight and Arin's watchful gaze from her position against the courtyard wall. Vex lunges with a snarl, amber eyes gleaming. I duck under his swing, drive my elbow into his ribs. The crack echoes across the training yard. Before he can recover, I sweep his legs and slam him into the packed dirt. Hell! Vex wheezes, rolling to his feet. Blood trickles from his split lip. Michael steps into the ring, green eyes calculating. His dove-gray wings flex as he shifts into a defensive stance. My turn. My blood burns hotter. I launch forward faster than before. Mikhail blocks the first two strikes, but my third catches him across the jaw. His head snaps back. I press the advantage, driving him backward with a series of brutal combinations. A quick glance shows Arin watching, her brown eyes missing nothing. No fear in her expression, just that same analytical observation that sets my teeth on edge. She should cower at this display of violence. Instead, she studies each move like she's memorizing a battle plan. I slam Mikhail into the ground harder than necessary. His wings crumple beneath him. Getting a bit intense today, Mikhail grunts, pushing himself up. My skin prickles under Arin's steady gaze. Each brutal takedown should terrify her, should break that insufferable composure. Yet her attention feeds something else inside me, a hunger to show her more, to prove my dominance in ways that have nothing to do with fear. Again! I growl, rolling my shoulders. My wings cast dark shadows across the courtyard as I stalk toward my next opponent. I can't make sense of this burning need for her to watch me, to see my power, my control. It's not about breaking her anymore. It's something else that claws at my chest, demanding more of her attention with each violent display. I'm not sure what it is, but it feels deadly. It clings to me until Vex pushes me to stop training, and it hovers over us as Arin and I walk back home. She follows me immediately as I pad into my room, and I don't dismiss her. I don't want to. Instead, I change, and I throw my blood-stained training clothes at Arin's feet, drops of crimson splattering across the stone floor. Clean these. She kneels beside the pile without hesitation, gathering each piece with careful movements. No revulsion crosses her features as her fingers brush over the dark stains. Her touch is methodical, almost reverent as she examines a deep tear along the shoulder where Vex's blade caught me. These will need mending. She lifts the fabric, studying the ragged edges. Her delicate fingers trace the torn leather with such gentleness that my wings twitch. Just clean them! The words come out rougher than intended, but she's already retrieved a needle and thread from the sewing basket, settling cross-legged on the floor. Her dark hair falls forward as she works, creating a curtain between us. Each stitch is precise, measured, like everything else she does. My jaw clenches as I watch her tend to my belongings with the same care she gives her morning prayers. No disgust at the blood, no fear of the violence these clothes have seen, just those steady hands moving with quiet purpose. The tear will be stronger now. She holds up the mended section, showing clean, even stitches that blend seamlessly with the leather. The double reinforcement will prevent it from splitting again. Something twists in my chest at the sight of her small fingers smoothing over my battle-worn gear. This isn't the reaction I wanted. She should recoil from the evidence of brutality, should shrink from handling clothes soaked in violence. Instead, she treats each piece like it deserves her full attention, her gentle touch at odds with the savage purpose these clothes serve. It sets my teeth on edge more than her quiet defiance ever has. I turn away, wings rigid with tension. Just finish cleaning them. Her soft, "Yes, sir," follows me across the room, along with the whisper of fabric as she continues her work with that maddening care. I know I'll need to take it up a notch if I want to shatter this girl before she truly destroys me. But when I spend the afternoon watching her, I realize that might already be happening, especially when she sets out my dinner table without instruction and then kneels beside me. The sight makes my manhood jerk, and I don't know how to stop myself from wanting more. But the sight of her submissiveness is going to be my undoing, even though I know that I haven't broken her soul. But if I were a deity, her on her knees is all it would take for me to bless her with divinity. Maybe it's time to become her god instead. Recite your evening prayers while you serve. I lean back, wings settling against my chair. Let's hear what devotions you offer to your weak gods. Her hands don't falter as she pours the wine. As you wish. The first words fall from her lips in that clear, steady voice. Not the frightened whispers of a broken captive, but the unwavering tone of true belief. My fingers tighten around the goblet as her prayers fill the space between us. She drops her head, holding still while her voice rises and falls in familiar rhythms. The cadence wraps around me, seeping into my bones like smoke. I drink deeper, letting the rich wine burn down my throat. More. The command comes out rougher than intended. She refills my cup without breaking the flow of her prayers. Her words paint pictures of light and mercy, of forgiveness and grace. Everything I've spent centuries destroying. Yet something in her voice pulls at me, makes me drain cup after cup just to keep listening. The candles burn lower as she continues serving, continued devotions spilling from her lips. Her hair falls forward as she leans to place another dish, creating a dark curtain that catches the flickering light. My wings shift restlessly as I track her movements. Again. I gesture for another refill, though the wine already burns through my blood. Her prayers shouldn't affect me like this. She shouldn't affect me like this. But her voice wraps around me like silk bonds, each word both challenge and caress. The more I drink, the harder it becomes to remember why I wanted to mock her faith in the first place. The room spins slightly as I drain another cup, but I can't seem to stop drinking, can't stop listening to the quiet strength in her prayers. Her voice has become a drug more potent than the wine flooding my veins. Everything about her is becoming far too distracting for me. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 8. Arinwin. I study Kai's tense shoulders as he paces the training yard, his ash-grey wings twitching with each turn. The morning sun catches on his battle scars, highlighting the maps of violence etched across his skin. His jaw clenches, muscles rippling beneath stubble. These signs have become a language I've learned to read. 3 weeks of watching, learning, anticipating. The way his fingers drum against his thigh means he'll want wine with dinner. The slight narrowing of his violet eyes signals incoming frustration with recruits. I pour the deep red liquid into his goblet before his hand reaches for it. His gaze snaps to mine, searching for defiance or mockery. He finds neither. Your training gear is laid out on the bed, I murmur, keeping my eyes lowered. I noticed the leather strap on your vambrace was wearing thin, so I had it repaired. His wings rustle. Playing the perfect little servant now? His tone drips with suspicion. I fold my hands in front of me. I serve as I choose. And you choose to anticipate my every need? He stalks closer, predatory grace in each step. His shadow falls over me, but I don't flinch. Would you prefer I didn't? A low growl rumbles in his chest. He grabs my chin, tilting my face up. His violet eyes bore into mine, seeking answers I won't give. What game are you playing, little flame? No game. I meet his gaze steadily. You provide shelter, protection. Is it so strange I'd wish to make your burdens lighter? The answer is yes. It is strange, but I'm not going to point that out. It's just, there is something with Kai. He's very attractive, but there's been a tension brewing between us. Something that I don't understand. Just like how I don't understand why I'm not afraid of him, or why I want to please him. Maybe it's just in my nature, but I find myself serving him not out of self-preservation, but because I feel like I should. Like maybe I want to. His grip tightens for a moment before releasing me. Confusion flickers across his features, there and gone like lightning. He turns away, wings spreading slightly as if to shield himself. The wine needs to breathe longer, he mutters, but takes a long drink anyway. I hide my smile as I adjust the fall of his cloak, smoothing wrinkles from the dark fabric. His wings quiver at my touch, but he doesn't pull away. Small victories, measured in millimeters of trust. Trust I shouldn't want. But at this point, my mind is too jumbled for me to understand. Honestly, I'm not really trying to question it at this point. Instead, I start to clean up and prepare pitchers of water and fruit since Kai is training here today. And once it is ready and the Zafan are already outside, I decide to stay. From my position near the courtyard's edge, I watch Kai drill with his warriors. Vex lunges with brutal force, his steel-grey wings snapping out for balance as his practice blade whistles through the air. Kai deflects the blow with practiced ease, violet eyes cold and distant even in combat with his supposed friend. Getting slow? Vex's scarred face twists into a sneer, but there's an underlying warmth to his taunt. What happened to the once great warrior? Kai doesn't return the banter. His ash-grey wings spread wide as he counters with a series of swift strikes that force Vex back, each movement precise, controlled, revealing nothing. Michael approaches from the sidelines, his dove-grey wings neatly folded. Touchy too. Shut up. Kai doesn't even glance his way, focused on disarming Vex with mechanical efficiency. See, there. Never can take what you give, can you? Michael's green eyes narrow slightly, studying Kai's reaction. Always watching, always calculating. I said shut it. Kai's wings snap tight against his back, a clear dismissal. Blood sprays as his blade catches Vex's forearm. The silver-haired warrior curses, dropping his weapon. Most would pause, check their companion's injury. Kai simply turns away, sheathing his blade. Patch yourself up. His voice carries no concern, but a hint of smile tugs at his lips as Vex curses. Be faster, and that wouldn't happen. I pour fresh water into the practice yard's washing basin, careful to keep my movements quiet. Even among his closest companions, Kai maintains walls thick as the compound's fortifications. He has light banter with these two, but that's it. It's like he keeps himself walled off from the world. The cruelty I understand. It's written in every scar on his wings, every cold command. But this isolation, this careful distance, it pulls at something in my chest even as it makes my skin crawl. A fortress cannot stand forever without foundations. Vex wraps his bleeding arm, shooting Kai's back a look that has me biting back a laugh. Michael claps him on the shoulder with a raised brow. He's got a point, you know. Oh, go away. Vex shrugs him off. Let's get you back before Kai decides he wants another round. Afraid? Kai taunts. Not stupid, Michael answers as he guides Vex out of the courtyard. His eye snags on me for a second before they continue around the corner, but my focus is already on another Zafan. As he turns back toward me, I spot a gash splitting Kai's shoulder, crimson seeping into the leather of his training gear. My feet move before conscious thought catches up, medical supplies already out since they all knew they'd need them. I quickly grab what I need and dart toward him. Kai's hand closes around my throat, his body pivoting to slam me against the stone wall. His violet eyes burn with feral intensity, wings flaring wide to cage me. Blood drips between us, pattering on the floor like rain. I didn't give you permission to touch me. His breath fans hot across my face. I keep my voice steady despite his grip. For some reason, he doesn't scare me. In fact, I like seeing his dark side come out. The wound needs cleaning before infection sets in. And you think you have the right to make that decision? His fingers flex, but don't tighten. No. I meet his gaze. But I choose to help anyway. Something flickers in those violet depths. Confusion, intrigue, anger. His wings tremble slightly, betraying inner turmoil his face won't show. Blood continues to flow, staining his skin in rivulets. His hand drops from my throat. He steps back, wings settling against his spine. Make it quick. I dip the cloth in warm water, keeping my movements measured as I clean around the wound. His muscles coil beneath my touch, but he remains still. The gash runs deep. Vex's blade found its mark. This needs stitches. I reach for the needle. Just bind it. It will scar worse. His hand shoots out, grabbing my wrist. I said bind it. I nod, wrapping the bandage tight around his shoulder. His skin burns beneath my fingers, magic crackling just below the surface. When I finish, he shoves me away, wings snapping out to their full span. Go! I gather the bloody cloths and supplies, keeping my steps unhurried as I leave. His violet eyes follow my movements, predatory, and uncertain all at once. I don't see Kai for the rest of the day. I keep busy cleaning and even prepare dinner he never comes for. So I slip out in the courtyard for my evening prayers, not wanting to disturb him, even if a part of me aches to know what's wrong. I shouldn't care. I really know I shouldn't. Maybe it's the part of me that has always tried to help others. But I hate not knowing what's going on with him. Instead, I focus on my prayers as I kneel. Moonlight spills across the stone tiles, painting silver paths between patches of darkness. My hair falls forward as I bow my head, hands clasped before me. Grant me strength to be his light, I whisper, the familiar words a comfort in this strange place. Let me pierce the shadows that bind his heart, as you pierce the darkness of night. The words flow differently now, altered from their original form. Where once I prayed for deliverance, now I seek understanding. Where I begged for escape, I ask for patience. Help me understand the pain that drives him. Show me how to reach past his walls without breaking them. My fingers tighten around each other. He provides shelter when he could cage me, offers protection when he could harm me. There must be light within him, however deeply buried. The night breeze carries the scent of night-blooming flowers, their sweet perfume mingling with the metallic tang of weapons practice from earlier. Such contrasts define my life now, beauty and violence, mercy and cruelty. Guide my steps as I walk this path. Let me be strong enough to weather his storms, yet gentle enough to soothe them. I touch my forehead to my clasped hands. Help me be what he needs, even if he doesn't know what that is. A shadow falls across the moonlit tiles. I don't need to look up to know Kai stands in the doorway. I've learned the weight of his presence, the subtle shift in the air when he's near. My prayer continues, softer but unwavering. Grant me wisdom to see past his armour, courage to face what lies beneath. Let my faith be a beacon in his darkness. His wings rustle in the silence that follows. I risk a glance upward, finding his violet eyes fixed on me. His expression remains carefully blank, but his wings betray him, twitching slightly at the tips, a tell I've come to recognise as uncertainty. He doesn't speak, doesn't move, just watches with that unreadable mask, while moonlight catches on the scars crossing his ash-grey wings.
Chapter 9. Chiron. The clash of steel against steel echoes through the training yard as I face off against Vex. My mind drifts to Arin kneeling in prayer, her dark waves cascading down her back, and Vex's blade nearly catches my shoulder. Getting soft already? Vex's scarred face twists into a sneer. Or just distracted by your little pet? I bare my teeth, wings flaring wide as I strike back with brutal force. The impact vibrates up my arm. Go away. Mikhail circles the sparring ring, his calculated gaze taking in every movement. He's right. Your form is sloppy today. My magic surges, violet light crackling along my blade. The glow reflects in Vex's amber eyes as he jumps back. I'm fine. But I'm not. All I can think about is how Arin bowed her head this morning, serving my breakfast with perfect grace while whispering prayers under her breath. How she maintains that inner light even as she submits to my every command. It infuriates me. Watch your left, Mikhail calls out as Vex's blade slices through the air where my wing had been a moment before. I growl and throw myself into the fight, imagining ways to finally break through Arin's quiet dignity. Maybe I'll make her kneel beside me during war council meetings, force her to see the brutality of my world up close. Or perhaps I'll have her serve me in the Great Hall, where every warrior can witness her submission. There's the ruthless warrior! Vex laughs as I drive him back, my strikes growing more aggressive with each thought of Arin. Whatever you're thinking about, it's working. My blade finds an opening, drawing blood across his bicep. But even this small victory feels hollow. What's the point of winning here when I can't crack through Arin's unwavering faith? She serves me perfectly while keeping that core of steel intact. It's maddening. Enough! Michael steps between us, his dove-gray wings spread wide. You're both getting sloppy. Take a break before someone loses a limb. I lower my weapon, chest heaving. Sweat drips down my back as I try to focus on anything but thoughts of my little flame and all the ways I want to extinguish her inner light. I'm calling it a day. I sheath my blade. Michael flicks his eyes over me. Probably for the best. I try not to let those words bother me as I head home. I stalk through the townhouse, muscles burning from the brutal training session. Blood trickles from a cut above my eye where Vex landed a lucky strike. The familiar scent of herbs and steam drifts from my chambers, and I pause at the doorway. Arin kneels beside the copper tub, testing the water temperature with delicate fingers. She rises gracefully at my entrance, not bowing her head. It's a strange mix of her submission and her defiance. Your bath is ready. I grunt acknowledgement, stripping off my sweat-soaked training clothes. Her hands are steady as she helps remove my armor, each piece placed carefully aside for cleaning. When her fingers brush the fresh cut on my face, I grab her wrist. It's nothing. Please. Those deep brown eyes meet mine, unwavering. Let me tend it. Something twists in my chest at her quiet determination. I release her, wings twitching with discomfort as she retrieves healing supplies. The water embraces me as I sink into the tub, hot enough to sting my battle-worn muscles. Arin's touch is feather-light as she cleans the wound. Your wings are tense. Did training go poorly? Since when do you question me, little flame? But there's no bite in my words. Her fingers work through my hair, washing away dried blood and sweat. I pray for your safety during training. She applies a healing salve to the cut. The sting fades under her gentle ministrations. Your prayers are wasted on me. I catch her hand again, studying the contrast between her olive skin and my battle-scarred grip. I'm not interested in you spending your time on something so worthless. She doesn't pull away. All souls are worthy of prayer. A damn serenity. Even now, tending my wounds, she maintains that inner light I can't seem to extinguish. Her care should feel like submission, like victory. Instead, it awakens something uncomfortable in my chest, something I've spent so much time burying. Kneel. The command slips from my lips, harsh against the steam-filled air. I expect resistance, a flicker of that inner fire, but Arin sinks gracefully to her knees beside the tub. Water sloshes against the rim as I shift, studying her profile. Her fingers return to my hair, working through the tangles with careful attention. The soft melody of her prayers fills the chamber, wrapping around me like the heated water. My wings spread across the tub's edge, droplets sliding down the ash-gray feathers. I didn't tell you to sing. But my voice lacks its usual edge. Her touch sends sparks down my spine, awakening something primal beneath my skin. She doesn't stop. The ancient words flow from her lips like honey, a devotion I've never understood. My hand finds her throat, thumb pressing against her pulse point. Still, she doesn't flinch, continuing her gentle ministrations as if I'm not capable of crushing her windpipe. You should fear me, little flame. The words come out rougher than intended. Her fingers trace the sensitive spot behind my ear, and heat pools low in my belly. Fear serves no purpose here. She works the soap through my hair, nails scraping lightly against my scalp. The sensation shoots straight to my core. I growl, tightening my grip on her throat. Still, she hums those damned prayers, her other hand trailing down my neck to my shoulder. The touch is reverent, worshipful in a way I never wanted. My magic crackles beneath my skin, violet light reflecting in her deep brown eyes. Stop singing! Her fingers still, but her voice continues soft and sure. The prayers wrap around me like chains, binding me in ways my iron grip on her throat cannot bind her. My wings twitch with the effort of restraint as desire courses through my veins. This isn't how it's supposed to be. She's meant to break, to cower, to lose that inner light. Instead, her touch sets me aflame, makes me want things I've never allowed myself to consider. I finish the bath and get away from her as quickly as I can. I need time to think, to understand what is going on in my head, but none of it makes sense. How could a human affect me in this way? I order dinner brought to my study, unable to face her across the table. Can't bear to watch her graceful movements as she serves my meal, head bowed in that perfect submission that somehow feels like victory for her instead of me. The food turns to ash in my mouth. All I can think about is her fingers in my hair, the soft melody of her voice, the steady pulse beneath my grip, the way she didn't flinch, didn't break, just kept pouring out that damn devotion. Night falls. I prowl the halls of my townhouse like a shadow, avoiding the sound of her evening prayers drifting from the courtyard. My magic crackles beneath my skin, violet light casting strange patterns on the walls. The urge to go to her, to claim her, burns through my veins. But I can't. Won't. Taking her body would be easy. She's mine to command. The thought of her beneath me, those deep brown eyes filled with starlight, her dark waves spread across my sheets. My wings shudder. No. Claiming her flesh would only make this worse. Would only deepen this maddening need to possess not just her body, but her soul. I somehow managed to wrangle my thoughts into something quieter. At least enough that I feel I can leave the private library I've been hiding in. But I enter my chambers to find her already settled on her pallet at the foot of my bed. The sight of her there, alone, separate, sets my teeth on edge. She belongs in my bed, wrapped in my wings, surrounded by my scent. The intensity of the possessive thought staggers me. Kai! Her voice is soft in the darkness. I turn away, stripping off my shirt with savage movements. Sleep, little flame. But sleep eludes me. I lie awake, hyper-aware of every breath, every shift of her body below. The distance between us feels like an open wound, and I hate it. Hate how much I want to close it. Hate how she's crawled beneath my skin without spilling a single drop of blood. Sleep finally claims me, dragging me into dreams filled with candlelight and whispered prayers. And in them, I find what I've been running from. Arin kneels before me, her dark waves cascading over bare shoulders. Her fingers trace patterns across my chest, each touch followed by the press of her lips. Let me worship you properly, my lord. The scent of incense fills my lungs as she works her way down my torso. Her prayers fall like honey against my skin, sacred words twisted into something carnal. My wings spread wide across silk sheets, ash-gray feathers trembling at each reverent caress. Show me your devotion, little flame. My voice comes out rough with need. Violet light pulses beneath my skin where she touches me. Her deep brown eyes meet mine, filled with that same unwavering faith that drives me mad during waking hours. But here, in this dream, her worship takes on new meaning. Her hands slide lower, mapping the scars across my abdomen. Each brush of her fingers sends electricity through my veins. All of me belongs to you. She punctuates each word with a kiss, working down my body with agonizing slowness. Her prayers never cease, mixing with my ragged breathing in the candlelit chamber. I fist my hands in her hair, fighting the urge to take control. Let her show me this devotion. Let her prove her faith with more than just words. Her tongue traces the sensitive spot where my wing meets my shoulder, and I arch off the bed with a growl. That's it, little flame. Show me! I jolt awake, chest heaving, sweat cooling on my skin. Magic crackles along my wings, casting violent shadows across the walls. Below, Arin sleeps peacefully on her pallet, unaware of how she torments me even in dreams. Damn! I grunt out. This weakness, this need, it's beneath me. I am a warrior, stronger than most Zafan. I break spirits, not fall prey to them. but the echo of her prayers lingers, along with the phantom touch of her hands on my skin. My wings shudder with barely contained rage at my own vulnerability. Sleep will not return tonight.
Chapter 10. Arinwin. The stone beneath my knees has grown warm from the rising sun. My hair spills down my back as I kneel in the small courtyard, head bowed in supplication. Birds call in the distance, but I focus inward, reaching for that familiar connection to the divine. Great goddess of mercy, I begin, my voice carrying just enough to reach the open window above where I know Kai lurks. He's just come back from an early training session. Grant me the strength to weather the storm that approaches. My fingers trace patterns in the dirt as I continue my daily ritual. And to the god of shadow, I offer my surrender. A subtle shift in the air tells me I have his attention. The words spill from my lips with practiced grace. But today, I let a tremor enter my voice. I feel the shadows growing stronger, pressing closer. Show me how to embrace them rather than fear their touch. My heart pounds against my ribs as I venture further. There is darkness in him that calls to something in me. Guide me through these waters. Help me understand why I yearn to know its depths. The confession burns my throat, too close to truths I'd rather not examine. A whisper of wing movement confirms my audience. I press my palms flat against the ground, bowing lower. I offer myself as a vessel for whatever trials you deem necessary. Let his darkness find sanctuary in me. The words feel dangerous, like drawing blood in a beast-filled forest. But there's power in this too, in choosing to voice these thoughts, in letting him hear my private struggles. I sense his growing tension, the way my prayers affect him more than he wants to admit. Grant me wisdom to navigate this path, I murmur, and courage to face what lies in the shadows of his soul. My fingers curl into the dirt, for I find myself drawn to those very shadows, even as they threaten to consume me. The air grows thick with unspoken tension. I remain still, letting my words hang in the silence between us, knowing they'll burrow under his skin and take root in his thoughts. The morning sun streams through the courtyard as I finish my prayers, but my thoughts drift from devotion to something far more dangerous. Rising from my knees, I brush the dust from my skirts, and am not surprised to see Kai is already gone. I head inside to prepare his meal. My fingers brush his as I hand him the steaming cup of spiced tea. His violet eyes narrow at the contact, muscles tensing beneath his leather vest. I hold his gaze a heartbeat longer than necessary before looking down. Thank you, little flame. His voice carries that familiar edge of control. I linger near his chair instead of retreating to my usual corner. The tea leaves came from the market yesterday. I hoped you'd enjoy the blend. His wings shift, the ash-grey feathers rustling. You went to the market? With the guards you assigned. Because I am not regularly guarded. I had to seek these ones out. I move behind his chair, letting my hand trail across his shoulder. The leather is warm beneath my fingers. I thought about what you might like. He doesn't pull away, but his entire frame goes rigid. Did you now? Yes. I continue past him to adjust the curtains, hyper-aware of his predatory gaze following my movements. I've learned to notice things about you. A low laugh rumbles in his chest. Dangerous game you're playing, little flame. Not a game. I turn to face him, summoning my courage. I see how you keep everyone at arm's length, even your closest advisors. His jaw tightens. And you think you understand why? I think I'd like to. I step closer, close enough to catch the scent of leather and magic that clings to him. You don't have to be alone in your darkness. His wings spread slightly, casting shadows across the floor. You should be careful what you wish for, Arin. But he doesn't move away when I reach out to straighten the collar of his vest, my fingers lingering against the warm skin of his neck. His pulse jumps beneath my touch. Maybe I'm tired of being careful. I hold his gaze, watching the violet of his eyes intensify. Maybe there's more to you than the monster you pretend to be. His jaw flexes at my boldness, but he allows me to step into his space. The leather straps of his armour are complex, a warrior's protection designed to defend against both blade and magic. My fingers work at the first buckle near his shoulder. I didn't ask for your help. His wings shift, creating a shadowed cocoon around us. You never do. The metal clasp releases with a soft click. But I've watched you struggle with these after training. His breath catches as my fingers slide beneath the leather to find the next fastening. The heat of his skin bleeds through his thin undershirt. I focus on my task, pretending not to notice how his muscles cord beneath my touch. Careful, little flame. His voice drops lower, rougher. You're playing with fire. The chest piece loosens. I circle behind him, working at the straps along his sides. His wings adjust to allow me access, the ash-grey feathers brushing against my arms. But I want more. Perhaps I've grown fond of burns. My fingers tremble slightly as I release another buckle. The heavy leather shifts, and he rolls his shoulders. Working my way back around, I reach for the final clasp near his throat. His hand captures my wrist, grip firm but not painful. Violet eyes bore into mine, searching for something I'm not sure I'm ready to name. What game are you playing? His thumb traces circles on my pulse point. No game. I hold his gaze steady. Just tired of pretending I don't see past your armour. Both kinds. He releases my wrist slowly, allowing me to unfasten the last buckle. The chest piece comes away in my hands, heavy with the weight of enchanted metal and leather. His undershirt clings to his torso, damp with sweat from training. My fingers brush his collarbone as I step back, and his sharp intake of breath echoes in the quiet room. The air between us feels charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. There, I whisper. That wasn't so terrible, was it? His wings curl forward slightly, the tips nearly brushing my shoulders. Terrible isn't the word I'd choose. I take a step back, intending to retreat with his armour. His hand shoots out, fingers circling my wrist. The grip isn't painful, but it's firm enough to root me in place. Heat radiates from where his skin meets mine. What do you want? His violet eyes bore into me, searching for deception. His wings create a dark canopy above us, blocking out the morning light streaming through the windows. My throat constricts as I swallow. I want to help you. A harsh laugh escapes him, echoing off the stone walls. Help me? His grip tightens fractionally. You think you can save my soul, little flame? Redeem the monster? Maybe not. I force myself to meet his gaze despite the intensity burning there. But I still want to help. His other hand comes up to brush a strand of hair from my face, the gesture at odds with the predatory stillness of his body. Such a dangerous little prayer warrior you've become. First offering yourself to the darkness, now thinking you can tame it. Not tame. I lean into his touch, watching his pupils dilate. Understand. Share. There's a difference. His wings shift closer, the ash-grey feathers creating shadows that dance across my skin. Understanding darkness tends to corrupt the ones who try. Then let it. The words slip out before I can stop them, hanging in the air between us. His fingers trail down my cheek to grip my chin. Careful what you wish for, little flame. Some corruptions can't be undone. I know what I'm asking. Even as my heart pounds against my ribs, I hold steady under his scrutiny. I've watched you push everyone away, build walls with cruelty and control, But I see past them now. I lean a little closer. I want to understand it all. The muscle in his jaw ticks. His grip hasn't loosened on my wrist, keeping me anchored in this moment of truth between us.
Chapter 11. Arinwin. I can't think straight anymore. I doubt she knows what she's asking for, but that doesn't stop my body's reaction. I want to show her how dark I can be. I want to see her handle it. And before I know what I'm doing, I'm out of my chair, only in my training pants and undershirt, and tugging Arin out the door behind me. This need to consume her is pounding through me, building like a wave of anger since I can't tame it, and I'm about to unleash. I take her to the closest temple, my mind whirring with thoughts I've been trying to suppress. I storm through the doors, dragging Arin by her arm. Her delicate frame stumbles behind my long strides, but I don't slow down. You want to pray so badly? My voice echoes off the high ceiling. Let's see how devoted you really are. I throw her forward. She catches herself on her hands and knees before the grand altar, her dark waves spilling over her shoulders. The sight of her prostrate before me stirs something primal. This is what worship looks like. I circle her like prey, my wings spread wide to cast her in shadow. On your knees, little flame, just like that. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, but she keeps her head bowed. The perfect picture of submission. Yet I catch the defiant set of her jaw, the way her fingers curl against the cold stone. Look at me. When she doesn't move, I grab her chin, forcing those deep brown eyes to meet mine. A shiver runs through her body, but she doesn't look away. You spend so much time on your knees for your gods. I lean down, close enough to feel her quick breaths against my skin. But I'm right here, flesh and blood before you. I'm the one who owns you, the one who holds your life in my hands. Her skin flushes, but still she says nothing. The silence grates against my nerves. I want to hear her voice, want to make her acknowledge me. What's wrong, little flame? I trace my thumb across her lower lip. Lost your prayers? She tries to turn away, but I hold her firm. The pulse in her throat flutters like a trapped bird. Power surges through me, violet light dancing in my eyes, reflecting off the tears gathering in hers. I'll teach you new ones. Arin's breath hitches as I loom over her, circling like a predator. I can see the beads of sweat gathering at her hairline, the quiver in her lips as she fights to form the words. Pray, I command, my voice resonating like thunder. Go on, pray to your gods and goddesses. She bows her head, palms pressed into the altar steps. Her dark hair spills over her shoulders, a curtain of silk against the stark white of her simple dress. Her prayers are soft, whispered pleas to deities I don't believe in, but they pull something else out of me. I step closer, my boot heels echoing against the stone. My hand finds the hem of her skirt, fingers curling into the fabric. She stiffens as I begin to lift it, exposing the pale skin of her legs. What are you doing? Her voice is a trembling whisper, her prayers faltering. Taking part, I say, my voice low and dangerous. Don't you give offerings to your gods? Well, I'm here now, and I want my offering. Her breath hitches again, and she tries to pull away, but my grip on her skirt tightens. The fabric bunches in my hand, revealing more of her. The sight of her vulnerable, exposed, sends a surge of power through me. I can feel the violet light in my eyes, the flicker of magic. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook. The worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 12. Arinwin. I was never begging the gods for him to stop. I was thanking them for Kai and everything he was doing to me. Maybe I shouldn't have been, but nothing had ever felt better than that moment when I was kneeling before him. I can't even find it in me to regret it. Not even now as I wake up on my pallet, sunlight streaming through the windows. Instead, I find myself immediately looking for him. Kai is gone. Of course he is. My fingers trace the tender spots along my throat where his teeth marked me. Each touch only brings the memories of his dominance flooding back, making me want more. The way he'd commanded my submission, demanded my worship, and I'd given it, all of it. I press harder against the bruises, letting the sweet ache ground me in reality. What kind of person finds pleasure in being claimed so thoroughly in a temple? In begging another like he was my god? But I had. Gods help me, I'd revelled in it. Rising unsteadily, I catch my reflection. Dark crescents pepper my throat like a necklace of possession. My hair falls in wild tangles down my back, and my lips still look swollen from his kisses. I'm helping him, I whisper to my reflection, taking his darkness so others don't have to bear it. But the justification rings hollow when I remember how desperately I'd begged for more, how right it felt to kneel before him, to let him claim every part of me. I'd been trained since childhood to help lost souls find their way to the light. Yet here I am, drawn to his shadows like a moth to flame. The others would be horrified, or maybe they'd understand? We always knew that true strength lies in choosing your battles. Perhaps this is mine, absorbing Kai's darkness so it doesn't consume him entirely. I smooth my dress, wincing at muscles I didn't even know I had. The ache between my thighs reminds me of every savage thrust, every moment he'd made me his. I shouldn't want more, shouldn't already be craving his touch again. But I do. Gods help me, I do. Like every morning, I head outside. I need the prayers more than ever today. I can only hope that I haven't made the worst mistake. I kneel in the courtyard, morning dew soaking through my dress. The stone beneath my knees has grown familiar these past weeks, worn smooth from my daily prayers. Sunlight filters through the leaves above, casting dappled shadows across my folded hands. Thank you for giving me strength to endure, I whisper, following the familiar rhythms of morning devotion. Thank you for, my voice catches, for sending Kai to... The words die in my throat. Heat floods my cheeks as I realise what I'd been about to say. Since when had I started incorporating him into my prayers? Not just mentioning him, but actually expressing gratitude for his presence in my life. My fingers clench against my thighs. This isn't right. He's my captor, a dark warrior who delights in domination and breaking spirits. Yet here I am, thanking the gods for him as if he's some divine gift. But isn't he? He took me from the wretched world I was on. He probably saved me from worse fates. I've never had a home and food, and I like serving him. I like doing whatever it takes for him, even if I shouldn't. I can help him, I breathe, the revelation hitting me like a physical blow. I can take his darkness, channel it into something better. All the teachings I've learned flood back, about balance, about transformation, about how the deepest shadows only exist in the presence of brilliant light. My heart pounds against my ribs. This is what I was meant for. Not hiding underground with the other humans, but here, kneeling before a warrior who thinks he owns me, gradually claiming pieces of his soul for the light. The magnitude of this realization sends tremors through my body. I'm not just surviving anymore. I'm not even just submitting. I'm actively choosing this path, this chance to transform his darkness into something beautiful. Terror and excitement war in my chest. What if I'm wrong? What if his darkness consumes me instead? But then I remember how he watches me pray, the way his violet eyes soften when he thinks I'm not looking. My prayers shift, becoming something new. Not just rote devotion, but a passionate plea for guidance in this dangerous dance between light and shadow. But then inside I hear a door crash open, startling me from my prayers. I stand, immediately feeling the draw to go to Kai. His massive frame fills the doorway, his wings dragging slightly, a clear sign something's wrong. Blood trickles down his forearm, staining the dark leather of his training gear. My stomach lurches, but I move to gather the healing supplies I've learned to keep ready. His violet eyes track my movements as I approach, that familiar predatory focus making my pulse quicken. Sit. I gesture to the chair, proud that my voice remains steady despite the way memories of last night flood back. The way he'd commanded me, claimed me. He drops into the seat with unusual heaviness, spreading his wings to either side. A long gash runs across his bicep, already starting to bruise around the edges. My fingers tremble as I clean the wound, hyper-aware of how his muscles flex beneath my touch. Who managed to land a hit? I keep my tone light, professional, clinical, like I'm not remembering how those same muscles felt pinning me down in the temple. Mikhail got lucky. His voice rumbles through me, dark and dangerous. Won't happen again. I nod, not trusting myself to speak as I apply the healing salve. His skin burns beneath my fingertips, and I can't tell if it's from training or something else entirely. Every brush of contact sends electricity racing up my arms. His wings shift restlessly, the scarred edges catching the light. I wonder if he's remembering the same things I am, if he's regretting it or thinking about doing it again. Neither of us mentions the temple. Neither of us acknowledges how my hands shake when I wrap the bandage around his arm, or how his breath catches when my fingers graze the sensitive skin near his wound. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we aren't saying. I focus on securing the bandage, pretending I don't feel his gaze burning into me, pretending my body isn't humming with awareness of how close he is. That night, my dreams betray me again. I'm back in the temple, bathed in the kaleidoscope light of stained glass. But this time, I'm not kneeling before Kai out of submission. I'm the one initiating the worship. His violet eyes burn into mine, a gleam of surprise and hunger sparking in their depths. My heart hammers against my ribs as I reach out, tracing the jagged scar across his chest. His muscles tense under my touch, but he doesn't pull away. Emboldened, I lean in, pressing my lips to the mark, tasting the salt of his skin. A low growl rumbles in his throat, sending shivers down my spine. I trail kisses up his chest, feeling the power coiled within him. His wings shift restlessly behind him, the scarred edges catching the light. When I reach his jaw, he captures my mouth with his, fierce and demanding, something he never did in that temple.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 13. Arinwin. The clash of steel against steel rings through the training yard as Vex lunges at me. My movements lack their usual precision. My mind keeps drifting to brown eyes and waves of dark hair, to soft prayers whispered in the courtyard, to submission freely given, When'd you stop being a challenge? Vex's gravelly laugh breaks through my thoughts. His amber eyes gleam with malicious delight as he presses his advantage, forcing me back a step. Mikhail circles us, his calculated gaze taking in every misstep. Perhaps his little human has worn him out. My wings snap out, sending a gust of wind across the yard. The reminder of Arin, of how I left her kneeling in prayer this morning when I wanted to bend her over and sink into her, ignites something primal in my chest. My magic surges, violet light crackling along my arms. Careful! I catch Vex's next strike with my blade, metal screaming, "You're treading dangerous ground!" But Vex, ever the provocateur, bares his teeth in a feral grin. What's wrong, Kai? Can't handle a little teasing about your pet? The rage that's been simmering all morning explodes. I move faster than Vex can track, sweeping his legs and pinning his sword arm behind his back. One sharp twist, and I feel the tendon strain. His grunt of pain is deeply satisfying. Say another word about her. I increase the pressure until he stills. I dare you. Mikhail's boots scrape against stone as he steps back, green eyes widening slightly. Smart man. I release Vex with a shove, my blood still burning. The need to return home, to see her, touch her, claim her, claws at my insides. These hours of separation grow more intolerable by the day. Vex rotates his shoulder with a wince. Damn, point taken. The silence that follows is thick with tension. My wings mantle aggressively, daring either of them to break it. The violence thrumming through my veins demands an outlet, but my thoughts keep circling back to Arin, to the way she yields so beautifully, to how badly I want to test the limits of that submission. I'm done. I turn from them, stalking away from the training ring as I call over my shoulder. Tomorrow, only show up if you can focus on the fight. Maybe I should tell myself that. The walk home does little to clear my head. I stalk through my front door, the rage from training still simmering beneath my skin. The house feels different with her in it, warmer somehow, filled with an energy that draws me in. Her scent hits me first, jasmine and sunlight. Little flame. Arin appears from the kitchen, a smile teasing her lips. And damn, it does something to me. Immediately she comes over to me. Dark waves spill over her shoulder as she moves to help me remove my armor. Her fingers work the buckles with practiced ease. You're tense today. Her voice carries that quiet strength I can never quite break. Training. I roll my shoulders as she slides the chest piece off. The brush of her hands against my skin sends electricity down my spine. A knock at the door interrupts us just as she finishes, taking everything to go clean it. My jaw clenches. I know that particular pattern of raps. Enter. Vex and Mikhail stride in like they own the place. Their eyes immediately find Arin, tracking her movements as she continues cleaning my armor. Something dark and possessive coils in my gut. Thought we'd continue our discussion from earlier. Mikhail's calculating gaze lingers too long on Arin. I thought I made myself clear. He raises a brow. I think you need to hear what I have to say. Without a blade aimed at me, Vex adds. Arin moves to pass between us with my armor. My hand shoots out, fingers circling her wrist in a grip that makes her stumble. She doesn't cry out, but I feel her pulse jump beneath my thumb. Stay where I can see you. The words come out as a growl. Vex's amber eyes gleam with interest. Protective today, aren't we? My wings flare slightly, casting shadows across the room. Arin remains perfectly still in my grasp, though I can feel the slight tremor in her arm. The perfect submission only feeds the possessive hunger growing inside me. Perhaps we should discuss this elsewhere. Mikhail's tone is neutral, but his attention keeps drifting to where my fingers dig into Arin's delicate skin. Perhaps you should get out. Mikhail raises a brow, but Vex only laughs, shaking his head. He clasped me on the shoulder and turns to leave. Oh, I think that early discussion has only been further proven. Mikael follows him out with a disapproving glare. I grind my teeth as they go, not wanting to let go of Arin. She turns to me, her eyes scanning over my face. And then, instead of asking or fighting me or insulting me, she just says, "Hungry." I turn, moving to the table as she puts away the armor. When she comes up next to me, I know I want her closer. I need her like I've never needed anything. Kneel. The command slips from my lips as I settle at the dining table. Arin sinks gracefully to her knees beside my chair, her movements fluid from weeks of practice. The dark waves of her hair cascade down her back, tempting my fingers. Steam rises from the meal she prepared, roasted nighthawk with ember root. I reach for my cup, but my hand diverts to her hair instead. The silken strands slip between my fingers. She stiffens for a heartbeat before relaxing into the touch. Feed me. Her eyes widen slightly. This is new. But she reaches for the plate without hesitation, selecting a piece of meat and lifting it to my lips. The intimacy of the act stirs something dangerous in my chest. I capture her wrist before she can withdraw, pressing my mouth to her pulse point. Her breath catches. Good girl. The praise falls unbidden from my tongue. I should be finding new ways to break her, to shatter that quiet dignity she maintains. Instead, my touch gentles as I card my fingers through her hair, massaging her scalp. I do like her submission, but maybe I don't need her broken to get it. I do like how she does everything for me eagerly. She continues feeding me, each movement precise and measured. The firelight catches the olive undertones in her skin, highlighting the delicate curve of her throat. My other hand traces idle patterns on her shoulder. You're being unusually compliant today, little flame. The words come out rougher than intended. Would you prefer resistance? A hint of defiance colors her tone. I tighten my grip in her hair, but not enough to hurt. I prefer you exactly as you are. The admission surprises us both. Her deep brown eyes meet mine, searching. I should punish such boldness. Should remind her of her place. Instead, my thumb brushes her bottom lip. She trembles under my touch, but doesn't pull away. The power I hold over her in this moment is intoxicating, more so because she yields willingly, rather than from fear. My wings curl forward unconsciously, creating a dark canopy above us, shielding her, claiming her. The possessive gesture is instinctive, primal. My manhood hardens at the sound, remembering how she knelt before me in the temple, how my name fell from her lips like a sacred verse. It makes me want more, want her submission and her begging. I want everything she has. Her dark hair spills down her back like ink, framing her gorgeous face. I push my hand through it, tugging her head a little farther back so I can stare into her eyes. I want to hear my name on her tongue again, wrapped in that same reverence she showed in the temple. That is what I crave. Not just her body, but a willing surrender of her spirit. The way she transforms my name into something sacred while maintaining that core of steel I can never quite break. I want all of her, even the parts she doesn't want to give up. And I intend to take them.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 14. Arinwin. The afternoon sun streams through the windows as I move through Kai's townhouse, arranging items and tidying spaces that don't really need it. My fingers trail across the dark wooden surfaces, memorizing their texture. The freedom to move unrestricted still surprises me. No watchful eyes following my every move, no guards hovering nearby. It's odd that Kai has never treated me like a prisoner, not that I want to be one. I have nowhere else I want to be anyway. A knock at the door pulls me from my thoughts. I smooth down my simple dress and make my way to answer it, knowing the wards will allow a delivery person through. The man on the other side clutches a wooden crate of supplies. His eyes widen when he sees me, recognition flickering across his weathered face. "Delivery," he says, voice low. As I reach for the crate, he leans closer. "Gabriel sent me. He's found a way out. He says be ready. He's coming for you soon, and then we'll all run to freedom." My hands freeze on the rough wood. The crate suddenly weighs 1,000 pounds, my arms trembling. Gabriel, my protector, my brother in all but blood. He's still fighting for me. But instead of hope blooming in my chest, acid churns in my stomach. The thought of running, of leaving Kai. Dark spots dance at the edges of my vision. My fingers dig into the crate until splinters bite into my skin. "Miss?" The delivery man's concerned voice seems to come from far away. I force myself to breathe, to nod. "Thank you for the delivery." The words scrape past my tight throat. When the door closes, I sink to my knees on the cool stone floor. What's wrong with me? This is what I should want. Freedom, escape from captivity. But the mere idea of leaving fills me with such visceral dread that bile rises in my throat. I press my forehead against the door, letting its solid presence ground me. The truth hits like a physical blow. I don't want to leave. Despite everything, despite how this started, I've grown to need Kai's presence like I need air. His cruelty and his unexpected moments of gentleness. The way he calls me his little flame. Even sleeping at the foot of his bed has become a comfort rather than a humiliation. Gabriel would never understand. How could he? I barely understand it myself. But I force myself back up, trying to gather my thoughts and warring needs before Kai comes home. At least he's out for a while today. The sun has begun to set when I hear heavy footsteps outside. The door swings open and Kai staggers in, one wing dragging at an awkward angle. Blood trickles down his arm, staining his leather training gear. My heart lurches. I rush to his side without thinking, steadying him with my small frame. What happened? It's not that I'm not used to him coming home hurt, but each time it affects me more and more. Training accident. His violet eyes flash with pain as he straightens. Some recruits got overzealous with their magic. I guide him to sit on the edge of his bed, my hands hovering over his injured wing. The ash-grey feathers quiver under my touch. "Let me help." He gives a short nod, jaw clenched. I gather supplies from his bathing chamber. Clean cloths, healing salve, bandages. When I return, he's removed his shirt, revealing the map of scars across his muscled torso. New bruises bloom purple against his skin. My fingers tremble as I clean the gash on his bicep. His skin burns hot beneath my touch. I find myself lingering on his skin, loving the way it feels when I touch him. "Your touch is gentle, little flame." His voice rumbles through me once I move to his back. I work the healing salve into his skin, tracing the defined muscles of his arm. "Does it hurt?" "No." His wing shifts, bringing me closer. "Your hands are soothing." The scent of leather and metal surrounds me as I move to his wing, carefully straightening the bent feathers. My fingers sink into their softness. Kai's breath catches when I find a tender spot. "I'm sorry," I whisper, but he catches my wrist. "Don't stop." Heat floods my cheeks. I continue ministering to his wing, smoothing each feather with reverent care. My body aches to press closer, to trace every scar and learn their stories. When did this happen? When did my captor become someone I yearned to touch, to comfort, to... His violet eyes lock onto mine, glowing in the dimming light. My hands still rest against his wing, caught in this moment between us. Maybe we should get you in the bath, I say, my thoughts jumbled. The salve is absorbing quickly. He grunts as he nods, standing, and I follow him to his room, all too eager to see him undress. I won't ever get tired of looking at his cut frame, my eyes following him as he sinks into the water. I kneel by Kai's bath, steam rising in wisps around us. The air is thick with tension, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. He leans back against the tub, his muscles loosening instantly. His violet eyes lock onto mine, an unspoken command in their depths. Strip. His voice is a low growl that hits me far too hard between the legs. I rise, my fingers trembling slightly as I untie the laces of my simple dress. The fabric pulls at my feet, and I quickly pull off my bra and underwear, leaving me bare under his intense gaze. I should feel vulnerable, exposed, but instead a thrill courses through me. His eyes trace every curve, every line of my body, and I feel powerful, desired. He doesn't look away as I step into the bath, water sloshing gently against the sides. The heat envelops me, but it's his gaze that truly sets my skin aflame. I kneel between his legs, my breath hitching as I take in the sight of him, muscles taut, scars gleaming, and his desire evident. Gods, I hope that he's going to take out whatever happened on me. Bathe me. His voice is rough, strained. I reach for the soap, lathering it between my hands before gliding them over his chest. His skin is hot, slick, the ridges of his scars rough beneath my palms. I trace the patterns of his muscles, feeling his heartbeat quicken under my touch. His breath hitches as I move lower, my fingers trailing over the defined lines of his abdomen. His wings shift restlessly behind him, feathers ruffling softly. I can feel his desire pressing against me, hard and insistent, but neither of us moves to close the distance. The tension builds, a tangible force between us, charged with unspoken want. I lean forward, my hands sliding up to his broad shoulders, water droplets clinging to his lashes. His breath is ragged, his violet eyes molten as they meet mine. My own body aches, a throbbing heat between my legs that begs for more. But we hold back, teetering on the edge of a precipice, unwilling to fall. My hands glide down his arms, tracing the corded muscles, the battle-hardened skin. Every touch is a whisper of promise, a silent vow of what could be. His hands flex at his sides, as if restraining himself from reaching out, from pulling me closer. The water laps gently against us, the only sound besides our ragged breaths. The air is thick with steam, with desire, with the weight of our unspoken words. I can feel his heart pounding beneath my palms, echoing the rhythm of my own. We're locked in this dance, this push and pull, this delicate balance of want and restraint. And in this moment, I know I'm lost. Lost to his touch, his gaze, his silent commands. Lost to the dark dance we weave around each other. A dance of shadows and light, of captor and captive, of desire and denial. And I wouldn't have it any other way. The last rays of sunset paint the courtyard in shades of crimson as I kneel on the cool stone. My dark hair falls like a curtain around my face as I bow my head, clasping my hands before me. The evening air carries the scent of night-blooming flowers, their sweet perfume mingling with incense from my prayer ritual. May the goddesses hear my prayers, I begin, my voice clear and strong. Guide this humble servant through darkness and light. The words echo off the courtyard walls, carried on the evening breeze. I submit myself to higher powers, offering my devotion freely, The hair on my neck rises. Kai's presence fills the space behind me, a tangible weight in the air. My pulse quickens, but I don't turn. Instead, I raise my voice slightly, letting each word ring with purpose. I embrace the path laid before me, accepting the bonds that bind me. My fingers tremble as I press them together more tightly. Through submission, I find strength. Through service, I find purpose. The rustle of feathers breaks the silence as Kai shifts closer. Heat radiates from his body, though he remains just out of reach. My skin prickles with awareness of him. Blessed shadows, wrap me in your embrace. The prayer spills from my lips, weighted with double meaning. Let me be a vessel for your will, surrendering my own. I arch my back slightly, knowing how the fading light plays across my form. I offer myself completely, body and soul, to those who would claim me. The words catch in my throat, raw with truth. Guide me in darkness, shape me in shadow, forge me in flame. Kai's breath comes faster behind me. The air crackles with tension, with power, with possibility. Still, I remain kneeling, head bowed in supplication, while my heart races beneath my ribs. Accept my submission, I whisper, the words heavy with intent. Accept my devotion, accept all that I am. I can only pray that Kai will.
Chapter 15. Chiron. I watch from my study window as Arin returns from the market, flanked by two of my most trusted guards. My wings twitch with irritation as Darin, the younger guard, flashes her a bright smile while taking her basket. The glass in my hand cracks under my grip. Without thinking, I stalk toward the entrance hall. Arin's soft footsteps echo on the floor, accompanied by the heavier tread of the guards. Thank you for your assistance. Her gentle voice carries up the stairs. Darren's eager response sets my teeth on edge. Any time, miss? Perhaps tomorrow? You're dismissed. The words cut through the air like a blade. Both guards snap to attention as I descend the last few steps. In fact, I think you should better return to the compound. Maybe civilian security isn't for you. Arin's eyes go to mine, heat filling them in a way that is undoing me. I love the way she is so eager to see me, to be near me. It eases the tightness in me that is always demanding to have her near me. I grasp her chin, tilting her face up. Did you enjoy your little excursion, little flame? Yes, I did. Her tongue peeks out as she wets her lips, and I find myself staring at them, thinking what all they could do. Thank you for allowing it. The guards still haven't moved, my wings spread, casting shadows across the hall. Get out, now. They scramble away, and I release Arin's chin, but she stays staring up at me. If I didn't know any better, I think she was watching me with longing. Or maybe I'm just hopeful, but I can't take my eyes off of her. Can't let her away from me at all. Not for the rest of the afternoon or that night either. Even as the moons rise, I find myself watching her sleep again. The light streaming through my windows catches on her dark waves, spread across the pile of cushions I've added to her pallet. I tell myself it's about maintaining control, about ensuring my property remains where she belongs. But my chest tightens as she shifts in her sleep, murmuring something too soft to catch. This possessiveness is about ownership. Nothing more. I repeat it like a mantra as I add another blanket to her pallet, careful not to wake her. The softness of her breathing fills the silence, and I force myself to turn away before I can acknowledge how it soothes something raw inside me. During dinner, Arin sinks to the floor next to me, head bowed just enough to show respect while maintaining that infuriating core of dignity. But it's not what I want anymore. I want more from her. Come here. I push my chair back from the table. Her breath catches, but she obeys, allowing me to pull her onto my lap. The silk of her dress whispers against my leather pants. She's light. Too light. I've noticed she barely touches her meals when left to her own devices. Open. I press a piece of roasted meat to her lips. Her jaw clenches for a fraction of a second before she parts them, accepting the morsel. Good girl. She shivers as I trail my fingers along her throat, feeling her swallow. My manhood is instantly hard from the sight, and I feel my restraint slipping. I want to make her mine. I gather her dark waves aside, exposing the curve where her neck meets her shoulder. Her pulse jumps beneath my touch. She tastes like sunlight when I drag my teeth across her skin, marking her with bruises that will bloom purple by morning. Mine. Kai, she whispers, trembling against my chest. But I know she doesn't fear me. No, my little flame still burns with that quiet defiance. But her body betrays her, even as she tries to hide it. I feed her another bite, watching her throat work. It's messing with my head, that one little action alone. You're mine, little flame. Every inch of you belongs to me. My fingers trace the line of her jaw, down to where my marks are already darkening her tan skin. Never forget that. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't need to. The way she shakes in my arms, trying to maintain her composure, even as I brand her with my touch, tells me everything. I continue feeding her between marking her neck, ensuring everyone who sees her tomorrow will know exactly who she belongs to. Her pulse flutters beneath my fingers as I tighten my grip on her throat. Just enough pressure to remind her who's in control, but not enough to truly restrict her breathing. Arin's head falls back against my shoulder, exposing more of that delicate neck. The sound she makes, somewhere between a whimper and a moan, sends fire through my blood. My wings curl forward instinctively, caging her against my chest. The candlelight catches on the marks I've left on her skin. But it's the way she responds that makes my grip tighten. She should be fighting. Should be trying to maintain that infuriating dignity she wraps around herself like armor. Instead, she arches into my touch, seeking more even as she trembles. What are you doing to me, little flame? The words scrape from my throat before I can stop them. My free hand slides down her side, feeling the way she shivers. Part of me wants to squeeze until she breaks, until that inner light finally gutters out. But the thought of her spirit dimming makes something in my chest constrict painfully. Her fingers clutch at my forearm, not trying to pull away, but anchoring herself as she presses back against me. The silk of her dress does nothing to hide how her body responds to my touch. Please, she breathes, and for once there's no calculation in her submission. No strategic compliance or hidden defiance, just pure need. I growl low in my throat, tightening my grip until she gasps. Please, what? I can't. You can't what? My teeth graze her ear. Can't admit you want this, that you crave being owned? She shudders, nails digging into my arm. The scent of her arousal fills my lungs, mixing with the incense from her earlier prayers. It's intoxicating, this willing submission from someone who refuses to truly break. But I draw it out a little longer. I want her begging for me, desperate for me. That's why I denied her in the bath and why I deny her now as I tell her to stand. I rise from the table, looking over her body before stalking off to find a way to distract myself. Before I become so addicted to this woman, I can't breathe without her. Once the moons are high in the sky, and I'm certain she'll be asleep, I prowl through the halls of my townhouse. I know that I'll stay up watching her, wanting her, and that the time apart did me no good. The taste of Arin's skin lingers on my tongue, along with the memory of her desperate pleas. A whispered voice draws me to the courtyard. Through the glass doors, I spot Arin kneeling in the grass, her dark hair spilling down her back like ink. The sight of her in nothing but her thin nightdress, bent forward like she wants me to take her, stirs something primal in my chest. Please, she breathes, hands clasped before her. I don't understand these feelings. He should revolt me. Everything he stands for, everything he's done. My fingers curl into fists. How dare she? But then her next words freeze me in place. But when he touches me, I burn. When he claims me, I crave more. Her voice breaks. Is this a test? Or am I truly becoming what he wants? Help me understand why I yearn for his possession, even as I fight to keep my spirit. The raw honesty in her prayer claws at something inside me. My wings snap tight against my back as unfamiliar emotions surge through my chest. This isn't how it's supposed to be. I should want to crush that remaining spark of defiance, not protect it. Should want to break her completely, not this. I feel his darkness calling to my light, she whispers. And God's help me, I want to answer. My breath catches. The moonlight paints silver streaks in her hair as she bows her head, shoulders trembling. For the first time in centuries, I feel something crack in my carefully constructed walls. The worst part is, I understand her confusion. Every time she kneels before me in prayer, every time she meets my eyes with that mix of submission and quiet strength, something shifts in my chest. Something dangerous. Something that makes me want to possess her, not break her body and soul.
Chapter 16. Arinwin. I kneel in the small courtyard, morning dew soaking through my dress. The stone beneath my knees holds the lingering chill of night. My hands pressed together, fingers interlaced as I try to focus on my daily prayers. The words that usually flow so naturally catch in my throat. A breeze rustles the leaves overhead. My thoughts drift to Kai's hands, strong, calloused from wielding weapons, yet so deliberate in their touch. I shake my head, attempting to clear the distraction. God of light, grant me clarity. But clarity eludes me. Instead, I recall the intensity in those violet eyes when they lock onto mine, the way they glow with otherworldly power. The memory sends a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the morning air. These prayers have always been my lifeline. They should center me, ground me in my faith. Instead, my mind rebels, replaying moments I should not dwell on. The press of Kai's fingers against my throat, firm enough to remind me of my place but never cruel. The brush of his wings, ash-grey feathers soft despite their battle-scarred edges. The bruises on my body from the way he uses me for pleasure and pain, something that I enjoy far more than I should. Even now, I feel the phantom touch of his lips on my skin, marking me as his in ways that go beyond mere possession. The prayers slip away like water through cupped hands. I open my eyes, staring at the weathered stones of the courtyard. My breath comes quick and shallow. This is wrong. I should focus on my devotions, on maintaining my connection to the divine that has sustained me through my captivity. But Kai has become an ever-present shadow in my mind, impossible to banish. His commanding presence follows me even here, in what should be my private communion with the gods. I touch my throat where his hand so often rests, feeling my pulse race beneath my fingertips. The morning sun climbs higher, warming my skin, but I remain lost in thoughts of violet eyes and ash-grey wings. Movement catches my eye as I finally rise from my prayers. In the training yard beyond the courtyard's stone wall, Kai flows through combat forms. His wings stretch wide, catching the morning light on battle-scarred feathers. Each precise strike of his practice blade cuts the air with deadly purpose. My feet carry me closer without conscious thought. I press against the wall, transfixed by the lethal dance before me. Sweat gleams on his bare chest, highlighting old scars that map the history of countless battles. His long black hair, usually bound back, has come partially loose to whip around his face as he spins. The air crackles with magic. Violet light trails from his blade, leaving ghostly after-images that linger in my vision. His eyes glow with that same otherworldly power, focused on invisible opponents as he dispatches them one by one. Each movement flows into the next. A thrust becomes a parry, becomes a killing strike. My breath catches as he launches himself skyward, His wings snap out, 16 feet of raw power, lifting him effortlessly. He dives, blade leading, to strike the training dummy below. The impact splinters wood, sending fragments scattering across the yard. This is how he fights, how he commands and controls. This terrible beauty, this perfect marriage of grace and destruction. I should hate him for it. Instead, I find myself drawn forward another step, unable to look away as he lands in a crouch, magic still sparking around him. His muscles bunch and flex as he straightens, rolling his shoulders in a way that makes his wings ripple. The predatory grace in every movement reminds me that for all his civilized veneer, he is a warrior first, a conqueror. Someone who took my world apart with these same deadly efficient movements. Power radiates from him like heat from a forge. Even across the yard, I feel it prickling against my skin. This is what my ancestors' people faced. This devastating combination of strength and skill and magic. No wonder they fell. He sees me, and to my surprise, he stops what he's doing. I expect him to prowl to me, to bark an order or intimidate me. Instead, he closes the distance but doesn't touch me. I am going into the city. He says it so measuredly that I almost think he's nervous. Would you like to join me? I try to suppress my grin, but it is rare that Kai extends an invitation like this. I know he wants me, and I find myself craving him. But moments like these, I feel a little giddy at the offering. I nod. I'd love to. Kai's hand settles on the small of my back, guiding me away from the townhouse and through New Solace's gleaming streets. Golden spires pierce the clouds overhead, their surfaces catching sunlight like captured stars. My steps falter as I take in the sheer scale of it all. Keep close, little flame. His wings curl forward, creating a protective canopy that shields me from the curious stares of passing Zafan. A group of warriors pause their conversation to watch us pass. Their wings, mottled greys and browns, mark them as common soldiers. One leans toward another, whispering behind his hand. Kai's grip tightens on my waist. A low growl rumbles in his chest. See something interesting? His voice carries an edge sharp enough to draw blood. The soldiers snap to attention, wings tucking tight against their backs as they hurry away. My pulse quickens at this display of dominance. I should shrink from such possessiveness, but heat blooms in my chest instead. The architecture here. I trail off as we pass beneath an arch carved with intricate battle scenes. The stone figures seem to move in the shifting light. Built by the first settlers. Kai's thumb traces circles on my back. Each carving tells a story of our victories. A merchant's cart rolls past, pulled by creatures with scaled hides and too many legs. The smell of unfamiliar spices fills the air. Everything here feels alien yet fascinating, like Kai himself. Look there. He points to a fountain where water flows upward in defiance of nature, forming shapes that dance and twist, magic woven into every stone. Two noble Zafan stride past, their pure white wings marking their status. They cast disdainful glances my way. Kai's magic crackles in response, violet light flickering around us. The nobles quicken their pace, and he tugs me closer. I find myself leaning into his touch, drawing closer to this dangerous creature who claims me so completely. The street opens into a plaza where more fountains play their impossible games with water and light. Kai's wings shift, adjusting to keep me sheltered within their span as we walk. His power wraps around me like a cloak, marking me as untouchable to all but him. A gleaming temple rises before us, its golden spires piercing the heavens like divine spears. The sight steals my breath, not just for its grandeur, but for how it reminds me of the only time Kai has ever taken me. A moment that I think of over and over. It's beautiful, I whisper. Like when we... Before I can finish, Kai spins me around. My back hits rough bark as he pins me against a massive tree, hidden from the main street. His hand finds my throat, familiar pressure making my pulse jump beneath his fingers. Remind me. His violet eyes bore into mine, glowing with barely contained power. Pray for me, little flame, right here. I don't hesitate. My hands come together, trembling not from fear but anticipation. The prayer falls from my lips in a breathless rush. Kai, I offer myself to you. My voice catches as his thumb strokes my racing pulse. To use, to let out your darkness. His wings snap forward, cocooning us in shadow. The ash-grey feathers brush my skin, battle-scarred edges a reminder of his lethal nature. More! The command rumbles through his chest. His free hand grips my hip, pulling me closer. I am yours. The words pour out, half prayer, half desperate plea. I am yours to command, yours to... A pleased growl cuts off my prayer as Kai's grip tightens. The magic radiating from him makes the air crackle, violet sparks dancing in my peripheral vision. His power wraps around me, marking me as his in ways deeper than mere physical possession. Such a devoted little human. His lips brush my ear, so willing to worship me as her new god. I arch into his touch, lost in the heady mix of submission and desire as he brings his lips to my neck, across my collarbone. Never my lips, but I'll take it all the same. I'm close to begging him to touch me again, but I know better than to push him. He won't take orders from me, and I like being forced to wait, to serve him. This is wrong. Everything I was taught says this is wrong. But in this moment, trapped between his body and the tree, I can't bring myself to care.
Chapter 17. Chiron. I haven't seen the others in days, too consumed with keeping Arin close. When Vex and Michael arrive at my door, the familiar scent of leather and steel brings memories of countless training sessions rushing back, and anger that they are here. Kai. Michael's calculating green eyes sweep the room, no doubt cataloging every detail. We missed you at training. Clearly, not enough to stay away. I lean against the door frame, blocking their view inside. Vex's scarred face splits into a grin. Come on, Kai. We brought your favorite mead. Before I can refuse, Arin appears behind me. Please let them in, I'll get some cups. My wings tense as she brushes past, the soft fabric of her dress grazing my arm. The way Vex's amber eyes follow her movement sets my teeth on edge. They settle into chairs while she fetches drinks. Each smile she gives them, each gentle word, stokes something dark inside me. My magic crackles beneath my skin when Michael thanks her with that calculated charm of his. Here. She offers Vex a cup, and his fingers brush hers as he takes it. I grab her wrist, yanking her against my chest. The empty cup clatters to the floor. Sit! I pull her onto my lap, wrapping my wings around her like a cage. Mine. Always so territorial. Vex laughs, but there's an edge to it. He knows better than to challenge me. At least I'm hoping he does. I'm partial to my home, and it wouldn't survive a fight between the two of us. Michael leans back, those observant eyes missing nothing. We should go. Early training tomorrow. Stay. Arin's voice is soft, kind. Everything I'm not. You barely touched your drinks. My grip tightens on her wrist. She doesn't flinch, doesn't pull away. Just settles deeper into my embrace like she belongs there. Because she does. Maybe we should head out back, Vex suggests. It might be good for us all. And even though I don't want to let go of Arin, I know he might be right. We move to the training grounds behind my townhouse, the packed dirt still bearing scars from previous matches. My thoughts keep drifting to Arin's morning prayers out here. The way she kneels in the courtyard in the mornings, her voice that I've taken to listening to. The peace in her expression when she speaks to her gods, now about me. Vex's fist connects with my jaw. Pain explodes across my face, snapping me back to reality. Distracted? He bounces on his feet, battle-scarred wings spread wide. That's not like you. I spit blood onto the dirt. Again. This time I dodge his strike, but Michael's calculating voice cuts through my concentration. The human's pushing you past your limits. Shut up! My wings snap out, knocking Vex back as I round on Michael. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? His green eyes narrow. You've missed training. Your focus is shot. All for some human pet? Vex's laughter grates against my nerves. Maybe I should take her off your hands. Show her what a real... My magic surges before he finishes. I slam him into the ground, twisting his arm behind his back until the bone creaks. The amber in his eyes dims with pain. Say that again. My voice drops to a growl. I dare you. Kai? Michael's tone holds a warning. Let him go. The crack of bone beneath my fingers would be so satisfying. One quick motion to remind them both who she belongs to. But Arin's prayers echo in my head, her soft voice asking for mercy, for peace. I release Vex with a snarl. He rolls away, cradling his arm. Protective much? He pushes to his feet, trying to hide his wince. Didn't think you'd actually care about breaking me over a human. She's mine. The words tear from my throat. Touch her and I'll do worse than break your arm. Mikhail steps between us, wings spread. We get it. She's yours, but you need to admit what's happening here. Nothing's happening. But even I hear the lie in my voice. The evening air settles heavy and warm around us, the scent of roasted Vora beast filling the dining room. Arin kneels between my legs, her dark hair a waterfall against my leather-clad thighs. My fingers sift through the silken strands, the softness a stark contrast to the calluses on my hands. I tell myself it's about dominance, about reinforcing her place, but my touch is gentler than intended. Her head leans into my hand slightly, her deep brown eyes focused on the fire crackling in the hearth across the room. The light casts dancing shadows over her olive skin, highlighting the delicate curve of her jaw. I can't help but notice how her long lashes cast spiked shadows on her cheeks as she blinks. Her hands, usually folded demurely in her lap, begin to move. They slide up my legs, tracing the ridges of muscle and the rough edges of old scars through the leather. Her touch is light, explorative, and it sends a shiver of unexpected tension through me. What are you doing, little flame? The words escape my lips before I can stop them, my voice rougher than intended. She tilts her head to look up at me, her eyes reflecting the firelight. Serving you, Kai. Isn't that what you want? Her fingers continue their journey, moving higher, the heat of her touch seeping through the leather. I take a piece of meat from the platter beside me, holding it to her lips. She opens her mouth, allowing me to feed her. Her eyes never leave mine as she chews, her hands now resting on my upper thighs. The warmth of her palms brands me, the subtle pressure making my pulse quicken. She swallows, her tongue flicking out to lick a drop of juice from her lower lip. More? I clench my jaw, fighting the tightening in my gut. This is supposed to be about control, about asserting my dominance. But with each touch, each soft word, she's turning the tables. I feed her another piece, my fingers lingering on her lips a moment too long. Her hands move higher, her thumbs tracing the inner seam of my leathers. My breath hitches, my magic stirring beneath my skin. The air between us crackles with tension. Her gaze drops to my mouth, her lips parting slightly. I can feel her warm breath on my skin, the soft rise and fall of her chest against my legs. The room fades away. The fire and the food forgotten. There's only her touch, her scent, the soft sound of her breath. And then she leans in, her eyes flicking back up to mine. The world hangs suspended, waiting. She wants something. Something I can't give her. One thing I've never told Arin is that I've never kissed someone. I find the act too intimate. Something I've never wanted until I met her. Still, giving anything over to her would be too dangerous, and I can't cross that line. I jerk back, leaving her to catch herself on the floor. The loss of her warmth leaves me cold, but I won't let this continue. My wings snap out, creating a barrier between us as I stand. Go to the courtyard. My voice comes out hoarse, strained. Time for your evening prayers. She rises gracefully, confusion flickering across her features. Kai, now. I grip the back of my chair, wood creaking under my fingers. See if it feels as good being on your knees for your gods as it does for me. The words come out cruel, mocking. Good. Better she think me heartless than weak. Better she fear me than whatever this is. She bows her head, that familiar submission returning. As you wish. I watch her leave, my chest tight with something I refuse to name. I listen to her pad outside, and I'm alone with the crackling fire and my racing thoughts. The spot where she knelt still holds her warmth. I avoid looking at it, at the empty space she's left. Instead, I pour myself a drink, downing it in one burning gulp. What was I thinking, letting her get so close? Letting her touch me like that? Like I'm something more than her master, her god. Like I'm someone who knows how to. I pour another drink. Some things are better left buried. As I stand, going into the kitchen, her prayers drift through the door. I tell myself that I move closer to make sure she's obeying, that watching her kneel in the moonlight, head bowed and hands clasped, is about control. But her words shatter that lie. Please, she whispers to the night sky, help me reach him. Let me take some of his darkness, ease his burden. Magic surges through my veins, violet light crackling along my skin. How dare she? I'm not some wounded creature for her to fix, not some lost soul requiring salvation, but my body betrays me. Heat pools in my gut at her gentle words, at the way she offers herself up, not in fear or submission, but in genuine concern. My wings snap open, casting shadows across the courtyard below. She doesn't flinch, doesn't pause in her prayers. Show me how to break through his walls, how to ease the darkness even when he tries to hide it. A growl tears from my throat. I should stop this. Should remind her gods are worthless, and I am powerful, not some broken thing needing repair. But I remain frozen, caught between fury and desperate want. Her voice grows softer, more intimate. Let me be his light in the darkness. Let me... Enough! The word comes out rough, raw. She looks up, those deep brown eyes finding mine without hesitation. No fear clouds her gaze, only that damned compassion that makes my chest ache. My magic pulses, responding to emotions I refuse to name. The urge to move to her, to claim her mouth with mine, to show her exactly what kind of darkness she's offering to take. It claws at my insides like a living thing. I grip the frame of the door, wood groaning beneath my fingers. I shouldn't want her gentle touch, her soft words. Shouldn't crave the way she looks at me like I'm worth saving. But Solus, help me, I do.
Chapter 18. Arinwin. I gaze up at Kai as I help fasten the intricate buckles of his leather armor, letting my fingertips brush against his skin more than necessary. His violet eyes flicker down to meet mine, darkening at the deliberate slowness of my movements. The straps need to be tighter, little flame. His voice carries that edge of command that makes my breath catch. I pull the leather strap with more force, feeling the solid muscle beneath tense at my touch. Heat radiates from his skin as I work, and I find myself memorizing each scar that marks his warrior's frame. My hands trail along his arm as I secure the next piece, noting how his wings shift slightly behind him. "You're being bold today." The words rumble from his chest, but he remains still, allowing my lingering touches. "I want to serve you well." I keep my eyes lowered, but my fingers continue their unhurried path across his armour. He's right. I've been growing tired of waiting, and now I want to entice him. I want him. But I have to wait for him to give in to me again, and it's killing me. His hand catches my chin, tilting my face up. Those violet eyes bore into mine with an intensity that makes my heart race. "Do you now?" I wet my lips, watching his gaze track the movement. "Yes, sir." The air grows thick with tension as I move to the final pieces of his armour. My hands shake slightly as I work, hyper-aware of his predatory stillness. Each brush of skin against skin feels charged with possibility. His wings cast shadows across us both as I finish the last buckle, but I don't step back. Instead, I remain close, waiting, hoping. The power radiating from him fills the space between us, and I find myself craving his next command with an intensity that should frighten me. "What game are you playing, little flame?" His voice drops lower, dangerous. "No game." I keep my voice soft, submissive, even as my fingers trace one final path down his armoured chest. "I only want to please you." He grunts, looks me up and down, and then turns to leave. I stay put, hating the way the house feels so quiet once he's gone. The emptiness of the room weighs on me as I straighten the bed linens and arrange the pillows just how he likes them. My fingers linger on the silk sheets, remembering the heat of his skin beneath my hands. I settle onto my pallet at the foot of his bed, but meditation eludes me. Instead, my mind drifts to the way his wings cast shadows over me, how his violet eyes darken when I please him. Restless, I rise, moving through his room as I look for something to distract me. I pause at his wardrobe, running my hand along the leather and metal of his spare armour. The scent of him clings to everything, smoke and steel and power. My chest aches at the realisation that no one tends to these pieces but me. No one else sees how he relaxes, just slightly, when I brush his hair back from his face. No one knows that he lets out the smallest sigh when I kneel beside him or clean his hair. No one sees the things that I do. The courtyard calls to me, and I slip outside to my usual spot. But instead of my normal prayers, I find myself planning ways to draw out those rare moments of vulnerability. Like mastering the intricate braiding style warriors wear into battle, something that will keep my hands on him. "It's just devotion," I whisper to myself, but the words ring hollow. The truth burns deeper. I want to be the one he trusts, the one who tends to more than just his armour, even if it means losing pieces of myself in the process. I close my eyes, feeling the sun warm my skin. My prayers today are different, not for salvation or strength, but for the wisdom to navigate this dangerous path I've chosen. To find ways to please him while keeping enough of myself intact to actually help him. The sun dips low as I wait for Kai's return, my fingers drumming against the dining table I've set with precise care. Every goblet, every piece of silverware sits exactly where he prefers. Steam rises from the covered dishes, carrying the rich aroma of roasted meat through the air. My heart skips when I hear his wings before I see him. The sound of feathers cutting through air precedes his entrance, and I straighten my spine, hands clasped before me. "Welcome home." I keep my voice soft as he strides in, his presence filling the room like a gathering storm. Without waiting for his command, I move behind him, reaching for the first buckle of his armour. My fingers work with practiced ease, but I let them linger longer than necessary against his skin. His wings twitch at my touch when I brush against a sensitive spot near their base. "The bath is ready," I murmur, sliding the chest piece free. Each layer reveals more of him, battle-scarred skin that I've memorized like scripture. In the bathing chamber, steam curls around us as I help him into the water. My sleeves grow damp as I work soap across his shoulders, tracing the line of old scars. His violet eyes track my every movement. During dinner, I pour his wine with deliberate slowness, pressing closer than proper service requires. My hip brushes his shoulder as I lean across to place fresh bread before him. Another touch, my fingers grazing his when I pass the salt. His hand shoots out, wrapping around my throat. The pressure isn't enough to cut off air, but it's a clear warning. Instead of pulling away, I let my head fall back, offering more of my neck to his grip. My pulse races against his palm. "You're playing with fire, little flame." His thumb traces my racing pulse. I swallow against his hold. Perhaps that's where I belong. His grip on my throat tightens just enough to make my breath hitch. Those violet eyes bore into mine, searching for something I'm not sure I want him to find. "Such a needy little thing, aren't you?" His voice carries that dangerous edge that makes my skin prickle. I can't look away from him, trapped in his predatory gaze. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. "Yes, sir." His answering grin sends heat coursing through me, all sharp edges and dark promise. His thumb traces one last path along my throat before he releases me. "Good. That's exactly what you should be. Always wanting, always desperate for my touch." I sway slightly when he stands, his wings casting shadows over me. Before I can steady myself, his hand cracks against my buttocks with enough force to make me gasp. The sting spreads like wildfire across my skin. "Go to the room, little flame. Think of me while you're alone." He leans close, his breath hot against my ear. "Think of all the ways you want to please me." The dismissal burns worse than the smack. I force myself to walk away with measured steps, though every fibre of my being screams to turn back, to beg for more of his attention. My skin still tingles where he touched me, phantom pressure around my throat making it hard to swallow. In my room, I press my forehead against the cool stone wall. Prayers tangle with darker thoughts as I replay the feeling of his hand on my throat, the sting of his palm against me. I want to prove myself worthy of more than these fleeting touches. Want to show him how deep my devotion runs. The need to please him consumes me like holy fire, burning away everything I used to be. And still, I crave more.
Chapter 19. Arinwin. I drag myself through the door of my townhouse, blood dripping from a deep gash across my ribs. My sparring partner, not Vex or Michael today, had a hidden blade I hadn't noticed until too late. Careless, weak. My wings ache from the intense aerial maneuvers, and I resist the urge to stretch them in the confines of the entryway. Arin appears from the kitchen, her dark hair falling in waves as she rushes forward. The sight of her concern catches me off guard, even though this isn't the first time she's tended my wounds. "You're hurt." Her fingers brush against my armor straps. "Let me help." I could refuse. Should refuse. But her touch sends sparks across my skin, and I find myself nodding just like I do every day. I'm constantly being patched up by a human, and for some reason I'm allowing it. Because I want her hands on me. She guides me to sit in one of the chairs near the entrance, her movements precise as she unbuckles my chest plate, and I find myself wanting to tug her closer, to have more. The blade caught me by surprise. The admission slips out before I can stop it. Her hands still for a moment before continuing their work. Even the strongest warriors have moments of vulnerability. Her voice carries no judgment, only a gentle understanding that makes my chest tighten. The armor falls away and her fingers ghost over the wound. I inhale sharply, not from pain, but from the fire that spreads from each point of contact. When did her touch become something I craved rather than merely tolerated? I'll need to clean this. She retrieves supplies from a nearby cabinet, one I specifically stocked for these moments. Her hands work with practiced efficiency, yet there's a tenderness that sets my teeth on edge. No one has ever touched me this way, like I'm something precious rather than feared. I'm not sure what to make of it. Blood and dirt give way to clean skin under her ministrations. My wings twitch with each brush of her fingers, and I force them still. But I can't stop watching her face, the way she bites her lower lip in concentration, how her eyes narrow when she finds a particularly deep section of the wound. You don't have to do this, little flame. The words come out rougher than intended. She meets my gaze, unwavering. I know. That simple response undoes something in my chest. I find myself leaning into her touch, allowing myself this moment of weakness. Just this once. Where did you get this? Her fingers trace the edges of the wound and over a scar, and memories I've kept buried surge forward. The gentle pressure of her touch draws out words I've never spoken aloud. I was 12 when I made my first kill. My voice comes out low, rough. Not in battle. Not even in training. Arin's hands still for a moment, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she reaches for a clean cloth, dabbing at the dried blood with careful precision. My father was a wealthy merchant in the Eastern District, expected me to follow in his footsteps, counting coins and negotiating trades. I flex my wings, the memory making my muscles tense. But I had other talents. Magic that burned too hot, too violent for a life behind a desk. She works in silence, but I feel her attention on me like a physical weight. The warmth of her fingers grounds me as I continue. There was an attempted robbery at our estate. 3 broke in, thinking to steal from the merchant's coffers. A bitter laugh escapes me. I caught them in the vault, and one was good at throwing knives. Caught me before I could react. And then the magic just exploded out of me, burned them alive where they stood. The screams... I clench my jaw. I can still hear them sometimes. Arin applies a healing salve, her touch impossibly gentle. What happened then? My father didn't like I was more powerful than him. Said I was too dangerous, too unstable. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating shadows around us. He cast me out. I shrug. I think I'm better suited for it anyway. There's nothing wrong with being true to yourself, she murmurs, securing a bandage across my ribs. I choose power. I don't want her to mistake me as someone with noble intentions or who is just misunderstood. Enrolled in military training the next day. Learned to channel the violence to make it useful. Became what they needed me to be. Someone who could break spirits without hesitation. Her fingers linger on the bandage, and I realize I'm leaning into her touch, like some desperate creature seeking comfort. I've never told anyone this story. Never wanted to. But here in the shadows of my home, with her hands on my skin, the words spilled out like blood from a wound. We all do what we have to survive. Her acceptance, her damned understanding, claws at something raw inside me. I shove her away, sending her stumbling back against the wall. Her hair fans out like spilled ink, those deep brown eyes watching me without fear. You think you understand? My wings snap out, casting us both in shadow. You're nothing but a slave. My property. Stop pretending this is anything else. But she doesn't cower. Doesn't break. Just stands there with that infuriating serenity, like she sees straight through my rage to something I can't face. I'm whatever you need me to be, Kai. Her voice carries no bitterness, no hate. Just that same gentle acceptance that makes my magic surge hot beneath my skin. Need you? I close the distance between us, bracing one hand against the wall beside her head. My other hand grips her chin, forcing her to look up at me. I took you, stripped away everything you were. And still you act like... Her pulse flutters beneath my fingers, rapid but steady, like a trapped bird that's chosen to stay in its cage. The thought makes me bare my teeth. Like what? She whispers. Like she knows me. Like she sees past the monster I am to something worth saving. Like everything she does is more than just submission, but a gift freely given. To show me what it's like for someone to do something for me just because they want to. I want to crush that light in her eyes. Want to prove how wrong she is about me. But more than that, I want her. Want to possess not just her body, but that unshakable spirit that refuses to break no matter how hard I push. The realization hits like a blade to the gut. I release her roughly, stepping back as my wings curl tight against my spine. Get out! The words come out in a growl. She doesn't move. Just stands there, her skin flushed where I gripped her, watching me with those knowing eyes. I said, get out. She nods, taking a step back, steady as a flame in a storm. And I've never wanted anything more in my life than to claim that light for my own. Instead, I watch her go out into the courtyard. It's not too much later that I go looking for her. I'm truly addicted at this point. Even as I shove her away, I can't help but pull her back in, and I hate all of it. I hate my lack of control, and I hate that I don't have her. Once I'm bathed, readdressed, and at least moderately calmer, for now I head back downstairs to look for Arin. I'm not sure what it would take for her to see that I'm not the man she hopes I will be. Or maybe she does, and that's what scares me. I drift in darkness, surrounded by shadows that writhe and pulse with my own magic. Through the void, a familiar voice calls. Her voice. Arin kneels before me, her dark hair pooling around her like spilled ink, lips moving in prayer. But these aren't her usual devotions. Take my light, she whispers, reaching for me with open palms. Let me carry your darkness. Her touch burns cold against my skin. Where our flesh meets, shadows crawl up her arms like living tattoos, seeping into her veins. She doesn't resist, doesn't pull away. Instead, she welcomes each tendril of darkness with a soft gasp that sets my blood on fire. Little flame, I growl, gripping her wrists. You don't know what you're asking for. Her deep brown eyes meet mine, filled with that damned serenity. I know exactly what I want, my lord. The shadows respond to her words, surging forward to consume her. But instead of extinguishing her light, they merge with it. She glows from within, a perfect fusion of shadow and flame that makes my magic roar in response. She presses her lips to my chest, right above my heart, and I feel her taking in more of my darkness with each breath. My wings spread wide, casting us both in deeper shadow as she accepts everything I am, monster and man alike. I jerk awake, sweat-soaked and hard. My wings slam against the headboard, sending splinters of wood flying. Magic crackles beneath my skin, demanding release. Damn! The word comes out as a snarl. At the foot of my bed, Arin sleeps peacefully on her pallet, unaware of the violence churning inside me. Her chest rises and falls in steady rhythm, dark hair spread across her pillow like an offering. I want to wake her. Want to make her take my darkness like she did in the dream. Want to possess her completely, body and soul. The desire claws at my insides, making my magic surge hot and dangerous. I slam my fist into the wall, leaving a scorched crater in the stone. This has to end. She's nothing but a slave, a possession. Not this, whatever she's becoming in my dreams. But even as I think it, I know it's already too late.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 20. Arinwin. I run my fingers along the dark wooden shelves, gathering dust as I move methodically through Kai's library. The leather-bound volumes stand at attention, their spines a testament to centuries of tactical knowledge. A smile tugs at my lips as I notice how he's arranged them, not alphabetically, but by battle strategy. Even his books must bow to his need for control. The morning light filters through the high windows, catching dust motes that dance in the air. I've already polished the weapons in the training room until they gleamed, arranged the scrolls in his study just so, and ensured the kitchen sparkles. My hands never stop moving, driven by an urge to make everything perfect. He's changing, I whisper to myself, remembering how his violet eyes had softened when he sought me out yesterday afternoon after snapping. I don't think he really wants to push me away. He just doesn't know how to handle my devotion. True submission where I don't break, I just give. I pause at his favourite chair, smoothing the dark leather. The size of it emphasises how small I am in comparison, yet lately he's been careful with that strength. Not gentle. Kai will never be gentle, but different. Moving to the dining room, I arrange the heavy curtains to let in just enough light to catch the polished surface of the table where I serve his meals. My reflection stares back at me from the wood, waves of dark hair falling loose around my face, the simple dress he provided clinging to my frame. Little flame, I mouth his words, testing how they feel on my lips. The nickname used to feel like another chain. Now it warms me, even as I recognise the danger in that warmth. I straighten a candlestick that's barely out of place, my movements becoming more precise as I sense the approaching hour of his return. The wards around the townhouse hum with protective magic, and I've learned to feel their rhythm, to know when they shift to admit their master. Every surface gleams, every item rests exactly where it should be, like a shrine waiting for its god. But I'm no longer sure if I'm preparing this perfection for his satisfaction or my own need to draw him closer. A courier delivers a small scroll while I'm arranging flowers in the dining room. My fingers tremble as I unroll the parchment, recognizing Gabriel's precise handwriting immediately. The words blur before my eyes. I found a way. Just give me time. I'm coming. G. I press the paper to my chest, heart pounding against my ribs. Gabriel's determination bleeds through every carefully chosen word. I can almost see him hunched over the message, his blonde hair falling forward as he planned every detail. But something inside me has shifted, like sand resettling after a storm. The thought of leaving makes my stomach twist. I sink into one of the heavy dining chairs, the scroll crumpling in my grip. I need to end this now, before Gabriel risks everything, before he throws his life away trying to save someone who no longer wants saving. The realization burns worse than any of Kai's early cruelties. Taking a deep breath, I pen my response to Gabriel on a fresh piece of parchment. I cannot leave. I'm choosing to stay. Do not risk your life for someone who no longer needs saving. A. I fold the note carefully, seal it with wax, and slip out into the morning air. The streets of New Solace stretch before me, no guards blocking my path. My steps whisper against the cobblestones as I make my way to the markets where I know I can get this note to Gabriel. The city pulses with life around me, winged warriors soaring overhead, merchants calling their wares, the scent of spiced meats and fresh bread drifting from market stalls. I could disappear into any of these crowded streets, could blend in with the other human servants going about their duties, could find my way to the city gates and beyond. I spot the delivery man that brought me my first note near the market stalls, his face half hidden beneath a hood as he drops off boxes of fruit for the merchants. His fingers pause on a blood-red apple when I approach. Arin. His voice barely carries over the market's bustle. What are you doing here? I press the sealed note into his calloused palm. For Gabriel, please. His dark eyes search mine, looking for signs of coercion or fear. I understand the uncertainty, but still, I won't back down. I know that leaving Kai is not what I need, and not just because I want to care for him, but because I want him. Are you certain? His fingers close around the message. I'm where I need to be. The words come out stronger than intended. A nearby merchant's wings flare in warning at my tone, and I lower my voice. Just make sure he gets it. As you wish. He tucks the note into his sleeve. His shoulders straighten with purpose, and I hope that Gabriel will understand. The walk home feels endless as I try to get back before Kai. I never really know when he'll be done. It makes me feel anxious, hoping he doesn't get back and assume the worst. I pause in the townhouse's courtyard, my hand pressed against the wall where Kai's protective wards pulse beneath my fingers. The magic recognizes me now, warming against my skin instead of warning me away. My chest tightens as I think of Gabriel reading my words. His faith in me has always been absolute, the orphaned boy who became my protector, my brother in all but blood. But Kai sees me differently, not as something to shelter, but as something to possess, to worship in his own dark way. And I am surprised by how much I've come to care for that. I slip inside, the wards embracing me like a lover's touch. The morning's tasks await, weapons to polish, rooms to order, 1,000 small rituals that stopped being about servitude long ago. Each one is a prayer now, offered not in submission but in choice.
Chapter 21. Arin. Blood drips from my split lip as I slam the door to my room. The metallic taste lingers, familiar yet infuriating. My wings ache from being twisted during the match, a deliberate move by Raxus that went beyond our usual sparring protocols. I strip off my torn training leathers, each movement sending fresh jolts of pain through my ribs. The bastards got their hits in today, more than usual. My reflection in the polished metal surface shows fresh bruises blooming across my torso, stark against my skin. The mighty Arin, brought low by a human toy. Raxus's mocking words echo in my head. The mirror cracks under my fist, splitting my reflection into jagged shards. My wings flex involuntarily, sending a shower of loose feathers to the floor. They're dulled from their usual ash gray to an almost muddy color from being ground into the dirt of the training yard. Another deliberate slight, targeting a Zafan's wings, is considered the height of disrespect. Can't even focus on a simple drill anymore. Marith's sneering voice had cut deeper than his blade. Too busy thinking about your little pet. I'm glad Vex and Michael weren't there today to witness it. But they're wrong. This obsession doesn't make me weak. The prayers, her devotion, they feed something in me I didn't know was starving. Let them mock. Let them attack. They don't understand the power in owning something so completely, and having absolute control over another's spirit. I press my fingers against my split lip, relishing the sharp sting. Pain grounds me, reminds me who I am, what I am. A warrior who breaks spirits, not the other way around. Let them think they've won this round. I've learned patience in breaking slaves. I can wait to show them exactly how wrong they are about my supposed weakness. A soft knock at my door pulls me from my dark thoughts. Without waiting for permission, Arin slips inside, carrying her familiar wooden box of healing supplies. I'm honestly surprised it took her this long to seek me out. Her dark waves cascade over one shoulder as she takes in the destruction around her, but her expression remains carefully neutral. "You're bleeding." Her voice carries no judgment, just quiet observation, one she should be used to by now. "Leave it." The words come out as a growl. She ignores my command, moving closer with the determined grace I've come to expect. The hem of her simple dress pools around her as she kneels beside me, opening her box of supplies. My fingers snap around her wrist before she can touch me. Why do you persist in this? It's a question that's been plaguing me as she cleans me up each day. I've given you no reason to care about my well-being. Her deep brown eyes meet mine, unwavering despite my grip. Because you're hurting, and I can help. Such a simple answer, delivered with the quiet dignity that drew me to her in the first place. Let me ease your pain. Something cracks inside my chest, a fissure in armor I've worn for centuries. My grip loosens but doesn't release her entirely. Her pulse flutters beneath my fingers like a trapped bird. I don't need your pity. The words lack their usual venom. It's not pity. She shifts closer, her free hand hovering near my split lip. It's purpose. You gave me purpose when you claimed me. Let me fulfill it. My wings twitch, sending another shower of dull feathers to the floor. Her eyes track their fall with an emotion I won't name. The crack in my chest widens. You think tending my wounds gives you purpose? I bare my teeth, but she doesn't flinch. I think helping you makes me stronger. Her thumb brushes over my knuckles, still wrapped around her wrist. And I think you know that. Arin's fingers are gentle as they clean the blood from my lip. I watch her intently, but every flicker of emotion across her face is a mystery I can't solve. Her mouth moves silently, her lips forming the words of a prayer, a devotion so earnest it's almost tangible. What are you praying for? My voice is rough, edged with the pain still simmering within. Her deep brown eyes meet mine. For you. No hesitation, just quiet certainty. A shiver runs through me, a mix of anger and something else I refuse to name. For me, I mock. You think your prayers can heal me? Save me. She doesn't flinch at the venom in my words. Instead, she dabs at a cut on my cheekbone, her touch as light as a feather. Not save. Guide. And I want to fight her on it. I do. But I also want her so damn bad I can't think straight. Maybe I am weak because in this moment, I'm ready to give in to her. I'll let myself slip a little deeper into this addiction just to have the taste I've been dying for. Her fingers trail down to my jaw, wiping away the last of the blood. I catch her wrist, holding her gaze. Show me, I demand. Show me how devoted you can be. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't look away. There's a beat of silence, a moment where her breath hitches. Then she nods, a small, determined movement. I release her wrist, leaning back against the wall. She shifts closer, her hands resting lightly on my thighs. Her touch is tentative, yet there's an underlying strength, a resolve that's as alluring as it is infuriating. Her lips press against a bruise on my chest, the warmth of her breath sending a jolt through me. She murmurs something, a prayer or a plea, I can't tell. Her mouth moves lower, tracing the lines of old scars, ones earned long before she entered my life. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
You shouldn't. The words die in my throat as she captures my thumb with her mouth, cleaning it with a swirl of her tongue. My wings snap out, casting shadows across her face. Enough! But she doesn't back away. Her deep brown eyes hold mine, filled with an intensity that makes my magic surge. Violet light dances across her olive skin. You gave me purpose, she whispers, echoing her earlier words. Let me serve it. I grab her throat, squeezing just enough to feel her pulse jump. Your purpose is whatever I say it is. The words lack their usual bite. Nothing more. Her hand covers mine where it rests against her throat. Not pulling away, not fighting, accepting. The gesture sends a crack through my carefully constructed walls. I shove her back, needing distance. My wings curl around me protectively, but her scent still lingers, a mix of arousal and devotion that makes my head spin. You think your submission makes you special? I snarl, lashing out against this weakness she creates in me. That it gives you power over me? No. She steps closer despite my warning growl. But your acceptance of it might... The truth in her words hits like a physical blow. I turn away, unable to face the understanding in her eyes. She sees too much, this little human who kneels so beautifully for me, who takes my darkness and transforms it into something sacred. My fist connects with the wall, cracking the stone. Better to destroy something external than examine the war raging within me. But even as I try to push her away, my body betrays me, yearning for her touch, her warmth, her unwavering faith. What is this human doing to me?
Chapter 22. Arinwin. The last rays of sunlight paint the courtyard in shades of amber and violet. I sink to my knees on the stone, the chill seeping through my thin dress. My daily ritual brings a measure of peace, even with my captor's looming presence nearby. Kai is in the training ring not too far away. His wings flare as he goes through his motions, the scarred edges catching the dying light. He's been doing this more lately, finding excuses to linger while I pray. Sweet goddesses, grant me strength. My voice carries through the evening air. From the corner of my eye, I catch the subtle shift in Kai's posture. His shoulders lose their rigid set, wings settling into a more relaxed position. He starts to slow. I continue my prayer, but my focus wavers. I'm too busy wanting to watch him, his skilled body going through the motions. And while he stays focused on what he's doing, I sense his awareness of my every movement. A predator's instinct, wrapped in the pretense of disinterest. Guide my path through darkness. My words falter as Kai stretches, his wings extending to their full span. The display would intimidate most, but I've grown accustomed to these subtle reminders of his power. Each evening prayer follows this dance. He arrives under various pretexts, sharpening weapons, training, whatever it takes to get him near me. Yet his breathing always syncs with my devotions, tension bleeding from his frame as my prayers fill the silence. Blessed be your... A cool breeze stirs my hair, and I tuck a wayward strand behind my ear. Kai's gaze flicks to me before sliding into another movement. But I've caught the way his eyes soften when he thinks I'm lost in prayer, how the cruel set of his mouth eases into something less harsh. My next words come slower, deliberate, not for any divine entity, but for the broken warrior who finds solace in my faith while denying his need for it. Sometimes I think this is the only time he listens to me. And I pray you give me the strength and devotion of my grandmother, something I pray every day. To follow in her steps and choose the right paths, to all the powers above I pray. As I start to stand, I notice Kai has stopped moving at all. Instead, he's staring at me. Your grandmother. He cocks his head, studying me. You mention her often. I'm surprised by his question, but maybe I shouldn't be. We've been opening up to each other more and more. Evangeline, my grandmother, is renowned in our faith. I could learn a lot about her. Tell me about her. His wings fold closer, creating a dark cocoon that blocks the cooling night air. She was so devout. I shift on my knees, remembering stories of her as I grew up. She was a child when the orcs invaded Earth, and when all the others went below ground, she refused. She held fast to her faith. I sigh, knowing this next part will only give him reason to doubt me. One day she was taken by the gods for her commitment. She was given a life away from the wretched planet that had turned its back on her. Kai walks toward me, violet eyes gleaming in the gathering darkness. And she survived through prayer? The usual mockery is absent from his tone. Her faith kept her safe. I nod. And if the legends are believed, it gave her a way out of a terrible situation. Just like me, I don't add. It gives the rest of us hope. Hope. He tests the word like an unfamiliar weapon. What good is hope against steel and magic? It's kept us all going, through everything. I shrug. I don't see why it can't be considered more powerful than anything else. Kai closes the distance between us. Instead of looming over me as usual, he shifts to the side, looking at me like he's trying to understand. Why do humans cling to beliefs that bring them pain? Faith doesn't bring the pain. It helps us endure it. I meet his gaze. My grandmother used to say even the darkest night holds stars if you remember to look up. Or that's what I've heard. And you? His voice roughens. What do you see in your darkest night? Purpose, like she did. The words come steady despite my racing heart. Each prayer is a reminder that suffering shapes us, but doesn't define us. Kai falls silent, his expression unreadable in the deepening dusk. Questions spill from him as stars emerge overhead, about rituals, beliefs, the source of such conviction. For once, he listens without interrupting, without twisting my words into weapons. And I wonder if he can feel all the changes happening between us too. Light streams through the kitchen windows as I prepare Kai's meal while he's away at training. The sharp blade moves in practiced strokes through the zinthra, its crisp flesh yielding beneath my touch. My thoughts drift to violet eyes and ash-grey wings, to the contradictions that draw me deeper into his darkness. The quillnash sizzles in the pan, its tangy aroma filling the air. Like him, sharp and bold on the surface, but complex underneath. I add drilk leaves as I think about Kai and all the ways he's letting me in, both physically and emotionally, and I want it all. My hands tremble as I arrange the roasted meat. I shouldn't crave the possessive gleam in his eyes when others approach me, shouldn't feel my pulse quicken when rage transforms his angular features into something deadly and beautiful. But I do. His cruelty should repel me. Instead, I see the wounds beneath his armour, the need for control born from having none. The brimbark stems snap satisfyingly as I prepare them, much like his patience when someone threatens what he considers his. My fingers brush the bruise on my wrist from where he grabbed me yesterday, pulling me behind him when a visiting warrior looked too long in my direction. The mark should frighten me. Instead, it sends heat coursing through my veins. I arrange everything perfectly, knowing how he notices details. Each time his walls crack, revealing vulnerability beneath the hardened exterior, it feels like a victory. Like last night in the courtyard, when genuine curiosity replaced his usual mockery. Those moments make the challenge of loving someone so broken worth every struggle. His darkness calls to something in me, not to change him, but to give him an outlet for his darkness. To be the flame he can't extinguish, no matter how hard he tries. The sound of his steps announces his arrival. My heart races as I turn, meeting violet eyes that soften imperceptibly at the sight of his favourite meal. These small moments of connection, when his mask slips just slightly, remind me why I've chosen this path into his shadows. Holding his guess, I sink to my knees, the stone floor cool against my skin. The plate rests steady in my upturned palms as I lower my head, dark hair falling in waves around my face. My pulse quickens as his boots stop before me. Little flame. His voice carries that edge of possession that makes my breath catch. The plate lifts from my hands. His fingers thread through my hair, nails grazing my scalp. I lean into his touch, seeking more of the electric connection that sparks between us. His hand stills. The silence stretches, weighted with unspoken questions. I dare to peek up through my lashes. Kai's violet eyes have darkened, wings half spread in an unconscious display of dominance. His jaw tightens as he studies my willing surrender. You ... He trails off, fingers resuming their path through my hair. Each stroke sends tingles across my skin. This is a nice surprise. I press closer to his hand, drawn to his darkness in a way I'm tired of denying. The gesture makes his wings snap fully open, casting shadows across us both. His other hand grips my chin, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. His fingers tighten in my hair, not enough to hurt. Testing. Always testing. I stay pliant in his grasp, watching emotion war across his angular features. The predator in him wants to crush this submission, prove it false. But something else makes him hesitate, studying me with an intensity that steals my breath. He ultimately takes a seat, and I settle next to him, loving the proximity, the way he keeps touching me throughout it. When he finishes, he drags me into his lap and feeds me. I curl up into him, enjoying the comfort. After the meal, Kai leads me down the winding corridor to his private sanctuary. The library doors swing open, revealing floor-to-ceiling shelves packed with leather-bound tomes. Ancient scrolls and delicate manuscripts fill ornate cases, their spines embossed with script I can't decipher. You seem interested in learning. His wings twitch as he crosses to a shelf, scanning titles. Perhaps it's time you expanded your knowledge beyond prayers. I trail my fingers along the polished wood, breathing in the scent of parchment and ink. I'd like that. Kai selects several volumes, the muscles in his back rippling as he stretches to reach higher shelves. Each movement holds calculated grace, like a predator stalking prey. But his expression, when he turns, lacks its usual sharp edges. Here. He settles onto the plush couch, wings spreading across its back. A gesture beckons me closer. Tales of Erisak's history, before humans arrived. I sink down beside him, careful to maintain space between us. The first book's pages crackle as they open, revealing intricate illustrations of battles and ancient cities. Kai's arm brushes mine as he leans in to point out details. The founding of New Solace. His voice drops lower, intimate. When Zafan first claimed this territory. The warmth of his body and the soothing cadence of his words draw me deeper into the story. My eyes grow heavy as he describes epic conflicts and fallen empires. Without meaning to, I lean closer, head drooping against his shoulder. Instead of pushing me away, his wing curls around me like a blanket of shadow. The last thing I register is his fingers combing through my hair, gentle in a way that contradicts everything I know about him. Rest, little flame. The words float through my consciousness as sleep claims me. I wake to silk sheets and plush pillows, confusion clouding my mind. The mattress dips as I shift, so different from my usual palette. Moonlight streams through tall windows, casting silver patterns across unfamiliar bedding. My heart stutters as reality crashes in. This is Kai's bed. the same one I've watched him sleep in countless nights from my position on the floor. Finally awake! His deep voice rumbles beside me. I jolt upright, clutching sheets to my chest. Kai lounges against the headboard, wings spread across dark wood. His violet eyes gleam in the darkness as he watches me process my surroundings. I dot. Words fail as I try to make sense of this change. Why am I? Don't mistake this for kindness. His fingers brush my hair back, the gesture possessive. You're mine. Where you sleep is my choice. The warning in his tone sends a thrill through me, but not from fear. Everything is his choice, and he chose to have me right here, next to him. His proximity sets my nerves alight, awareness crackling between us like lightning before a storm. I understand. I sink back into the pillows, hyper-aware of his body heat beside me. His wing stretches over me, feathers brushing my arm. Do you? Challenge threads through his words. Or are you just saying what you think I want to hear? I turn to face him, studying the sharp planes of his face in the moonlight. Scars mark his bare chest, testament to battles won and lost. But it's the shadows in his eyes that draw me in, the complexity beneath his cruel facade. I understand more than you think. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. His hand cups my face, thumb tracing my bottom lip. Dangerous words, little flame. But he doesn't pull away. Instead, his wing tightens around me, cocooning us in darkness. The gesture speaks louder than his warnings. Something shifts between us, delicate as a butterfly's wing and just as fragile. I close my eyes, letting his presence envelop me as sleep tugs at my consciousness once more.
Chapter 23. Arinwin. I swing my blade in a vicious arc, the metal whistling through the morning air. Vex sidesteps with none of his usual aggression, his movements careful and measured. Wrong. All wrong. What is this? My wings flare wide, casting shadows across the training grounds. If I wanted to dance, I'd find better partners. Mikhail circles to my left, his green eyes darting to Vex for the 10th time since we started. Another silent exchange passes between them. My magic surges, violet light crackling along my arms. The practice sword glows with it as I advance on Vex. Fight me properly or get out. Vex's amber eyes narrow, but his usual sneer lacks its edge. He blocks my strike with his blade, the impact too soft, too controlled. What is your problem? I bare my teeth, pressing forward. Getting scared? Scared? Vex barks out a laugh, but it rings hollow. Of your ugly face, maybe. Mikhail's calculated footwork brings him closer, those sharp features arranged in careful neutrality. Perhaps we should. Perhaps you should stop treating me like I'm an idiot. I spin, my wing catching Vex across the chest. He stumbles back, finally showing a flash of real aggression. There's the bastard I know. I press my advantage, driving him toward the wall. Now tell me what's got you both acting like worried mothers. Another look passes between them. My blade slams into the stone beside Vex's head, magic scorching the surface. Enough. Mikhail's voice cuts through the tension. We're concerned about your current preoccupation. With the human, Vex adds, straightening to his full height. You're different since she arrived. My grip tightens on the sword. My business is my own. When it affects your judgment, it becomes ours, especially when your fixation gets to this level, Mikhail says, those calculating eyes studying my reaction. We've known you too long to stay silent. Fixation? The word tastes like ash. You think I can't control my own property? Property doesn't change you. Vex spits blood from where my wing caught his lip. Property doesn't scramble your thoughts and make you snarl at everyone who comes near. But that little human... My magic explodes outward, violet light searing through the air. The practice sword melts in my grip as I slam Vex against the wall, forearm crushing his throat. Choose your next words carefully. She's manipulating you. He wheezes but doesn't back down. You can't see it, but... The rage burns white hot. My magic wraps around his throat, lifting him off his feet. His wings beat uselessly against the stone as dark spots appear in his vision. Kai. Mikhail's voice seems distant through the roaring in my ears. Think about what you're doing. But all I can see is Erin kneeling in prayer, her dark hair falling like silk around her shoulders, the quiet strength in those brown eyes, the way she has slowly torn down my walls. But she couldn't be doing that as a ploy, right? She wouldn't manipulate me, would she? Vex's face turns purple, his struggles weakening. She's beneath you, he chokes out. Just a human toy playing it. My magic surges again, crackling across his skin like lightning. His scream echoes across the training grounds as I dig deeper, past flesh and bone, to where his own magic pulses. One twist, and I could tear it out by the roots. Mikhail's blade presses against my throat, drawing blood. Release him. Now. The cold steel brings clarity, but the rage remains. I drop Vex, watching him crumple to the ground, gasping. Touch her. Speak of her. Think of her. My voice comes out guttural, nearly animalistic, and I'll finish what I started. Blood trickles down my neck as Mikhail keeps his sword steady. This is exactly what we mean. You'd kill your own friend over a human? I'd kill anyone who threatens what's mine. I stalk back, trying to get my bearings as magic still crackles beneath my skin. Their words echo in my mind, forcing me to examine habits I've been avoiding. When did I start cutting my training short just so I could be with her? When did I start letting anyone see my weaknesses like I do with her? My wings snap out in frustration. I've memorized the quiet hum she makes while folding linens, the same melody every time. The careful way she arranges my chambers, ensuring everything sits exactly where I prefer. Even now, I know she'll have my bath ready, the water steaming at precisely the temperature I favor. Part of me wants to just go home. I can imagine Arin now waiting for me in the dining room where she always makes sure I eat after training. The memory of her slight weight in my lap sends heat through my blood. Each night she parts her lips for morsels from my fingers, those brown eyes lowered in perfect submission. When did I start craving these small moments? The way that she anticipates my needs. The way that she is always ready to take whatever I give her and ease these feelings that I don't know how to manage. A warrior obsessing over a human's habits. Pathetic. But I can't deny the satisfaction of watching her kneel before me, offering prayers to her new god. The peace it brings. Something I've never found in battle or victory. My magic pulses, remembering Vex's accusations. But there's no manipulation in the way she trembles under my touch. No deception in how she melts against me when I pull her closer at night, or how she's always finding ways to be close to me. She's carved herself into my daily rhythms without me noticing. And now I can't imagine my chambers without her quiet presence, her subtle ways of always being there for me. The realization burns worse than any blade. I've become dependent on her. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Vex calls behind me. I whirl around, my eyes narrowed on him. You know we're right. I bite back my anger because they are. I am distracted, fixated, obsessed. And I never should have let myself get that way. I never should have let her become a weakness or get under my skin so deep that the idea of anything happening to her kills me. My magic still crackles beneath my skin as I pace the training grounds. Vex's words burrow deep, feeding the doubts I've tried to ignore. A human. I let a human become my weakness. Send her away. Mikhail's voice carries that tactical precision I usually respect. There are plenty of temples that would take her, Let her serve her gods instead of becoming your downfall. The thought of Arin kneeling before anyone else makes my magic flare. But that right there proves he's right. I need to end this before it destroys everything I've built. The compound has holdings farther out of the city. Vex rubs his throat, voice rough, far enough that you'll forget her existence. My wings snap out, casting darker shadows across the grounds. I know what needs to be done. The words taste like poison. I picture my chambers without her presence, the silence where her prayers should be. No more quiet footsteps arranging everything just as I like. No warmth in my home. I'll make the arrangements. Michael steps forward, ever efficient. There's a temple caravan leaving at dawn. No. The word escapes before I can stop it. My magic surges again, violet light crawling up the walls. I'll handle it myself. Their skeptical looks burn into my back as I stalk away. I should send her far from here. Should tear out this weakness before it roots deeper. A warrior can't afford attachments, especially to a human. But the thought of anyone else touching her, commanding her, hearing her prayers. Blood pounds in my ears. My magic responds, crackling along my skin as possessiveness wars with logic. I'll send her away. Tomorrow. Or the next day. When I'm stronger. When I can bear the thought of my little flame burning for someone else. The lie settles heavy in my chest as I head out of the compound, already seeking her presence like an addict chasing his next fix.
Chapter 24. Arinwin. I run the oiled cloth along the curve of Kai's sword, watching the metal gleam in the afternoon light streaming through the windows. The repetitive motion soothes me as I work through his impressive collection of blades. Each weapon holds its own story, nicks and scratches from countless battles that I've learned to read like scripture. The creak of floorboards behind me breaks my concentration. I whirl around, the sword clattering to the ground. Gabriel! My heart pounds against my ribs. He stands in the doorway, his blonde hair matted and his clothes covered in dirt. Fresh cuts mark his arms, testament to whatever ordeal brought him here. Arin. His warm brown eyes fill with relief as he crosses the room in 3 long strides. Thank the gods. We've been searching everywhere for you. I step back, my hand brushing against the fallen sword. How did you... I told you I was coming. Didn't you get my note? I'm in shock. Didn't you get mine? I did, but... He shakes his head, clearly not wanting to get into it with me right now. Instead, he reaches for my arm, but I pull away. We need to leave. Now. The Gabriel before me is exactly as I remember. Protective, determined, ready to sacrifice everything. But something feels different. Wrong. Where once his presence brought comfort, now it feels like an intrusion. I can't. The words slip out before I can stop them. His face hardens. What do you mean you can't? Has he hurt you? Threatened you? I shake my head, struggling to explain the inexplicable. How I've grown to want him, to enjoy his darkness. The way Kai's presence fills every room like smoke, something I crave. The strange comfort I find in serving him. You don't understand. Things are different now. Different? Gabriel's voice cracks. Arin, these creatures ripped us away from our home, killed and hurt our people. How can you... Because this is where I belong now. I straighten my spine, meeting his gaze. The life he represents, hiding in temples, living in fear, feels distant and hollow compared to the sharp-edged reality I've found with Kai. Gabriel's expression shifts from confusion to horror. What has he done to you? I shake my head. He hasn't done anything. This is where I should be. But he just shakes his head. He clearly thinks I have some kind of spell on me. There's a settlement up north. Gabriel's voice drops to a whisper as he glances toward the door. Past the mountain range. Other humans who've escaped. We can rebuild there. Away from... His eyes dart around the room, taking in the weapons, the luxurious furnishings, the evidence of my new life. My stomach twists. The thought of leaving this townhouse, of abandoning my place at Kai's feet, sends ice through my veins. My fingers trace the edge of the fallen sword, one I've cleaned countless times while listening to Kai's battle stories. I serve him willingly. The words come out stronger than I expect. He gives me purpose, Gabriel. Not just survival, but meaning. Purpose? Gabriel's face contorts. You clean his weapons and what? Let him use you. The Arin I knew would never... The Arin you knew lived in the shadows. I lift my chin, my dark hair falling back from my face. We hid in temples, pretending prayer alone would save us. Here I pray under open skies. I serve with dignity, not fear. Dignity? He grabs my shoulders, and I see the desperation in his warm brown eyes. You worship a monster who prides himself in breaking people. That must be what he's done to you. I shake my head, thinking of Kai's violet eyes glowing in the darkness, the way his wings curl protectively around me during storms. You see only what you want to see. He's more than that. Listen to yourself. Gabriel's hands tighten. This isn't you speaking. It's whatever spell he's put you under. No spell. I pull away, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Just the truth. I belong here, Gabriel. With him. The horror in his expression cuts deep, but not as deep as the thought of leaving, of never again feeling Kai's presence fill a room, never hearing him call me Little Flame, never watching his wings spread wide against the morning sky. Gabriel runs his hands through his hair, a gesture I've seen countless times when he's frustrated. His fingers catch in the tangles, evidence of his desperate journey here. Can't you see what's happening? His voice rises. He's gotten into your head, twisted everything around until you can't tell right from wrong anymore. No one's twisted anything. I move between him and the weapon rack, though I doubt he'd know how to properly wield Kai's specialized blades. I chose this path with clear eyes. Clear eyes? He barks out a harsh laugh. You're defending a Zafan. The orcs might have been bad, but they are worse. Or are you just going to ignore what happened as soon as we got here? That's other Zafan, not Kai. You don't know him. My fingers trace the pommel of the nearest sword, drawing strength from its familiar weight. We work together, Gabriel. He teaches me things about faith I never understood in those underground temples. Works together? Gabriel's face flushes red. He's a Zafan. They see us as property, as things to be owned and controlled. Nothing more. Then why am I allowed to pray freely? Why does he feed me and give me a bed to sleep in? There is no one here forcing me to do anything. I lift my chin. If you want to run north, hide in another settlement, that's your choice, but I won't spend my life running anymore. This isn't freedom, Arin. He gestures at my simple clothes, at the weapons I maintain. This is Stockholm Syndrome at its finest. You're his slave, cleaning his home and doing whatever he asks. I serve him because I choose to. Heat rises in my cheeks. Every morning I choose this path again. Every prayer strengthens my conviction. This is what our gods have blessed me with. You're delusional, he huffs, trying to calm down. Look, we can talk about this on the way. Let's just go. You don't understand what you're asking. I grip the sword's pommel tighter, the metal cool against my palm. Leaving here would be like cutting out part of my soul. Gabriel paces the length of the weapons room, his boots leaving dirt marks on the polished floor. Listen to yourself. This isn't the temple girl who stood up to raiders, who inspired others with her strength. That strength came from fear. I trace the blade's edge, remembering how Kai taught me the proper way to clean each groove and fuller. Now it comes from choice. Choice? Gabriel's voice rises. You have no choice here. You don't know what you're talking about. I shake my head. You want me to just what? Just leave? For him to come home and find me gone? Yes. He clutches his hair. Come on, Aaron. These are same beings who... The temperature plummets. My breath catches as frost creeps across the windows, crystalline patterns spreading like spiderwebs. The weapons on the wall rattle in their brackets, metal singing against metal. Gabriel's words die in his throat. His face drains of colour as shadows gather in the corners of the room. The same beings who what, exactly? Kai's voice cuts through the air like winter wind. Quiet. Deadly. The kind of calm that precedes a storm. My heart plummets to my stomach. I hadn't heard him return, hadn't sensed his presence until this moment. But now his power fills the room, pressing against my skin like ice. I turn slowly, already knowing what I'll see. Kai fills the doorway, his massive wings spread wide, blocking any escape. His violet eyes burn with an inner fire that makes Gabriel stumble back. Please, I whisper, though I'm not sure who I'm pleading for.
Chapter 25. Arin. I round the corner to my townhouse, still feeling conflicted. I know I said I would get rid of Arin, but I doubt that I will. I can't imagine letting her go, ever. She settles something restless inside me, even if I'd never admit it aloud. But as I approach the doorway, voices drift through the open window. You want me to just what? Just leave? I'm stunned at Arin's words. For him to come home and find me gone? My blood turns to ice, then blazes molten. The leather grip of my sword creaks under my tightening fingers as I head inside. I make it to the doorway as I hear, "Yes!" That's a male's voice. Come on, Arin. These are same beings who... And then he turns and sees me. His face loses color as he stares at me, and my anger only blooms. The same beings who... What exactly? Arin turns slowly at the sound of my voice. Please, she whispers, and it only angers me more. Violet light crackles along my arms as magic surges through me, responding to the rage burning in my chest. My wings flex involuntarily, battle-scarred edges casting sharp shadows in the afternoon light. Every protective instinct screams to tear him apart. Memories flash through my mind. Arin's soft hands on my skin, helping me after training, mending me, sucking me down. So many instances in which she gave herself over to me. The thought of her gone, taken by this human who dares touch what belongs to me. I said I'd get rid of her, that she was too much of a distraction, a lie. I'd known even then. It was a lie. The truth burns in my veins. She's mine. Whether she's good for me or not doesn't matter. I want her, her prayers, her submission, her quiet defiance, everything. My magic pulses dangerous and wild, responding to the possessive fury coursing through me. The air grows thick with power, making it hard to breathe. One more word from him, one more step toward her, and I won't be responsible for what happens next. And this is what you do while I'm away. My voice drops dangerously low. The magic crackling along my arms intensifies, violet light casting eerie shadows across the walls. Planning your escape? No, Kai, I swear. Arin takes a step forward, her dark hair falling around her face as she reaches toward me. Don't. The word cuts through the air like a blade. My wings spread wider, dominance and fury radiating from every fiber of my being. I gave you everything, made you comfortable, protected you. Each word drips with venom. And you conspire behind my back? She doesn't belong to you, Gabriel spits, shifting into a defensive stance. You can't own... Before he finishes, I'm across the room. My hand closes around his throat, lifting him off the ground. The leather of my armor creaks as I squeeze, watching his face turn red. I own everything in this house, including her. Arin rushes toward us. Please don't hurt him! Her plea only feeds my rage. Of course she defends him. My magic pulses stronger, making the windows rattle. I slam Gabriel against the wall, feeling bones crunch under my grip. You dare come into my home and try to take what's mine! He claws at my hand, gasping. The scars on his face stand out stark against his reddening skin. I should tear your wings out. I bare my teeth in a cruel smile. Oh wait, you don't have any. Just another wingless human thinking he can rise above his station. I throw him across the room. He crashes into my weapons display, ancient blades clattering around him. Blood trickles from a cut on his forehead. Kai! Arin's voice breaks. I turn on her, violet eyes blazing. Don't. You'll watch what happens when someone tries to trick me. I stalk toward Gabriel's crumpled form, magic coiling around my arms like serpents. And you'll remember it. Arin throws herself between us, her slim form a fragile barrier against my rage. My magic stutters, the violet light dimming as if responding to her presence. I hate it so much in this moment, for feeling like everything I denied was being proven right to me now. Move! The word comes out as a growl, but she lifts her chin in that quiet defiance that both infuriates and captivates me. No. Her dark eyes meet mine unwavering. You'll have to go through me first. The magic surges again, but I can't direct it at her. Won't. My wings snap forward, creating a cage around us both as I grab her shoulders. You think you can stop me? That your betrayal won't have consequences? Her pulse races under my grip, but she doesn't look away. I wasn't leaving. Liar. I dig my fingers into her shoulders, wanting to shake the truth from her. The thought of her gone, of coming home to emptiness, claws at my insides. You're mine, my little flame. Behind her, Gabriel stirs, and fresh rage floods my veins. I want to rip him apart, paint the walls with his blood for daring to take her. But she's still between us, her hands coming up to rest against my chest. Please, she whispers, and this time the word doesn't anger me. It breaks something loose instead. I choose to stay. My magic whips around us in chaotic patterns, responding to the war inside me. I want to believe her, need to believe her, but the mere possibility of her leaving fills me with a darkness that threatens to consume everything in its path. I curl my fingers into her hair, forcing her head back. If you ever try to leave, I can't even finish the threat. The words stick in my throat like shards of glass. Her words echo in my mind. I choose to stay. And something shifts inside me, fundamental and devastating. The realization crashes through me like a tidal wave, drowning everything else. My magic explodes outward, violet light filling every corner of the room, as the truth I've been fighting shatters through my defenses. I love her. The force of it nearly brings me to my knees, and I'm stunned as I realize how right it fits. Every touch, every prayer, every act of defiance, they've all been leading to this moment, this crushing, terrifying knowledge that she's become essential to my existence. She's become everything. My chest constricts painfully. The magic responds to my inner turmoil, swirling around us in violent patterns that reflect the chaos in my soul. The very air crackles with power as ancient tomes fly off shelves and furniture scrapes across the floor. I'd sooner carve out my own heart than let her go. The thought of her absence feels like death itself, cold and empty and meaningless. My fingers tremble against her skin as I pull her closer, breathing in her scent like a drowning man gasping for air. The violence of my love for her terrifies me. It's all-consuming, destructive, absolute. Nothing in my centuries of existence has prepared me for this. This overwhelming need to possess, to protect, to worship. My magic pulses with each revelation, turning the room into a storm of violet lightning and shadow. I bring my hands to her jaw, cupping her face as she stares up into my eyes. And I feel it so acutely now. This aching need, this desire I've never felt before. Nothing exists except this moment, this truth, this woman who's somehow become more vital to me than breath itself. The realization shifts my world. I want her. Not just possession, but devotion. Not just control, but a surrender. The magic responds, wrapping around her like a caress, marking her as irrevocably mine as I am now irrevocably hers. Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 26. Arinwin. Kai's gone silent, and I take that as my chance. I hate that he overheard this, that he thinks the worst of me, and more than anything, I want to take that away. I lean closer toward Kai, my heart thundering against my ribs. The air crackles with his magic, violet sparks dancing around his tall frame like deadly fireflies. His eyes glow with that same dangerous light, fixed on me with predatory intensity. Please, I whisper. I chose you. I chose to stay. My voice breaks, but I force the words out. Gabriel doesn't understand. He thinks he's saving me, but I don't need saving. Not from you. Another step closer. There's too much space between us with me being held at his arm's length, and I don't want it. The magic intensifies, raising goosebumps along my skin. Kai remains motionless, his jaw clenched, wings half spread in a display that would terrify anyone else. But I've learned to read the subtle signs, the slight tremor in those powerful wings, the way his fingers curl against my skin. I won't leave. I move a little closer, never dropping his gaze. I won't run. The magic burns now, like standing too close to an open flame, but I refuse to back down. I lift my hand, giving him time to pull away. When he doesn't move, I press my palm against his chest. His heart pounds beneath my touch, matching my own frantic rhythm. The leather of his armour is cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the heat of his magic. I swear it. I look up into those violet eyes, refusing to flinch from their intensity. I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong now. His magic swirls around us both, no longer burning but enveloping like a cocoon. Still, he remains silent, watching me with that unblinking stare that makes me feel stripped bare, exposed down to my very soul. You're mine. I dare to echo his frequent claim, pressing my hand more firmly against his chest. And I'm yours. His magic continues to surge, the violent energy making the air thick and heavy. I slide my hand from his chest to his face, cupping his sharp jaw. The touch forces his glowing eyes to meet mine. Look at me. My fingers trace the edge of his cheekbone. Your darkness calls to me. Your fire burns in my blood now. My voice drops to barely a whisper. I want it. I want you. Everything you are. His wings shift, the ash-grey feathers rustling with suppressed tension. Behind me, Gabriel's presence weighs heavy, but I keep my focus on Kai. On the way his magic pulses with each breath, on how his skin feels like heated steel beneath my palm. Nothing will keep me from you. I press closer, my body flush against the cold leather of his armour. Not the past, not duty, not fear. My other hand finds his face, holding him steady. But please, please don't hurt Gabriel. He's acting out of brotherly love, misguided as it is. Kai's jaw flexes under my touch. The violet light in his eyes flares brighter, turning them into burning amethysts. His wings snap fully open, and I know that will be the greatest problem for us. He wants to protect me, for no one else to have me, and I have to see that he already has that. He's my family, I whisper, letting my thumbs brush over his cheekbones. The only family I have left. Your darkness is what I choose, what I need, but don't make me watch you destroy him, please. The magic swirling around us intensifies, but I refuse to back down. I hold his gaze, silently willing him to understand. To see that my choice is made, I've given myself to his fire, his possession, but mercy isn't weakness, even for a warrior of new solace. He broke into my home. Kai's voice rumbles like distant thunder, his magic crackling around us. Tried to take what's mine. My hands tremble against his face, but I don't let go. Gabriel's leaving New Solace. We won't see him again. The words taste like ash on my tongue. My oldest friend, my protector. Soon he'll vanish from my life forever. But the alternative? I've seen what Kai does to those who challenge him. Kai's wings curve forward, the scarred edges brushing my arms. His violet eyes bore into mine, searching for any hint of deception. The leather of his armour creaks as his muscles tense beneath my touch. Please, I whisper, let him go. He won't return. My heart aches at the finality of it, but I push the pain aside. Gabriel kept me safe through years of orc raids, taught me to defend myself, held me when nightmares of the invasion plagued my sleep. But that chapter of my life is closed now. Kai's gaze finally shifts from me to Gabriel. His magic surges, violet sparks dancing along his wings. Get out. The words drip with lethal promise. If I ever see you again, human, I'll tear you apart. The threat isn't empty. I feel it in the way his power pulses against my skin, see it in the predatory gleam of his eyes. This is the warrior who earned his reputation breaking spirits, who commands respect through fear. My gentle prayers may soothe his darkness, but they haven't tamed it. My fingers press harder against his jaw, grounding myself in his solid presence. This is my choice, my path. The flames of his possession burn through my veins, marking me as surely as any brand. I'll miss Gabriel, miss his steadfast friendship and unwavering faith. But I belong to Kai's fire now, to the darkness that calls to my soul. Gabriel's footsteps fade into silence. My heart pounds as I sink to my knees before Kai, trying to help him see that nothing has changed. His magic still crackles through the air, raising the fine hairs on my arms. Kai, I whisper, his name a plea falling from my lips. I am yours, in every way you want. Strong hands grip my shoulders, yanking me upright. I gasp as Kai pulls me against his chest, one hand tangling in my dark waves, while the other spans my lower back. No more kneeling, he growls, his violet eyes burning into mine. Not now. His wings curl around us, creating a private sanctuary of ash-grey feathers. But I want to show you. His fingers tighten in my hair, tilting my head back. You already have. The usual cruel edge in his voice softens to something that makes my breath catch. Choosing me over him. Staying when you could run. His magic shifts, no longer violent but intimate, wrapping around me like a lover's caress. I shiver as it seeps into my skin, marking me from the inside out. My little flame, he murmurs, thumb brushing my cheek. The gesture holds none of his usual possessive demand. Instead, there's something almost reverent in his touch. So willing to burn in my darkness. I lean into his hand, watching wonder replace the predatory gleam in his eyes. This powerful warrior who breaks spirits for sport, who commands fear with a look. He's touching me like I'm something precious. Your darkness calls to me, I whisper, reaching up to trace the sharp line of his jaw. It always has. His wings tighten around us as he dips his head, pressing his forehead to mine. The gesture is startlingly intimate, more so than any of his previous possessive displays. This isn't about ownership or control. It's raw vulnerability from a man who's never shown weakness.
Chapter 27. Arin. I hold Arin's face between my palms, her skin warm and soft against my calloused hands. My wings twitch with the tension coursing through my body. The magnitude of what just happened threatens to overwhelm me. She had the chance to leave, to be free of me, and yet she's still here. My chest constricts. These unfamiliar emotions claw at my insides, demanding acknowledgement. I've conquered armies, broken the strongest of warriors, yet this slip of a human brings me to my knees with nothing but her presence. Why? The word scrapes past my throat. You could have left. Why stay? Arin's deep brown eyes lock with mine, unwavering in their intensity. Her pulse flutters beneath my fingers, but her gaze holds steady. I told you. Because I want you. Her voice carries the same quiet strength that first drew me to her. Not just pieces of you. Not just the warrior or the master everyone sees. I want all of you, Kai, and nothing else. The darkness and the light. My wings snap open, casting shadows across her face. The admission rocks through me like a physical blow. No one has ever wanted all of me. They fear my power, respect my position. But this is different. You don't know what you're asking for, little flame. My thumbs trace her cheekbones. There are parts of me that should stay buried. I've seen your cruelty. Her hands come up to rest against my chest. I've felt your rage, but I've also witnessed your protection, your passion. I choose this. I choose you. Everything you have. The last threads of my control fray. How dare she strip away my defenses so easily? How dare she make me feel this vulnerability? Yet I can't bring myself to push her away. For the first time in my life, someone sees past the monster I've cultivated and still wants to stay. I drag her against my chest, my wings curling around us both. The need to possess her, to keep her close, wars with this unfamiliar urge to confess every dark thought that plagues me. You were supposed to be a toy. My fingers tangle in her dark waves. Something to break and discard. But you... A harsh laugh escapes me. You shattered every wall I built. Every defense. Every shield. Arin's hands slide up my chest, and I capture them in my grip. The touch burns through my armor, ignites something primal and possessive. Your prayers echo in my head. Your voice follows me everywhere, even into darkness, into places where your light should never reach. My grip tightens. You stir something in me that I've never felt before. She tries to speak, but I press a finger to her lips. The confession claws its way out of my throat. I've conquered cities, broken armies, stood alone against everything this world threw at me. Never needed anyone. My wings draw closer, cocooning us in shadow. Then you kneel in that courtyard, wrapped in sunlight, and I'm undone. Your faith should revolt me. Your submission should bore me. Instead, I find myself seeking you out, drawn to your quiet strength, drawn to you, and unable to stop it. Her pulse races beneath my touch. The violet of my eyes reflects in her dark ones, magic surging with emotion I can't contain. You broke me, little flame, piece by piece, prayer by prayer, until everything I am belongs to you. The words tear from me, rough and raw. I wanted to extinguish your light. Instead, it's become the only thing keeping my darkness at bay. Arin's palm brushes my cheek, her touch feather-light against my skin. My wings shudder at the contact. Every instinct screams to pull away, to maintain the barriers I've spent years building. Instead, I lean into her hand, letting her warmth seep into my cold flesh. The thought of you walking away. My voice breaks. Magic surges through my veins, turning my eyes molten violet. It rips me apart. Makes me want to tear this whole world down. Her fingers trace the sharp line of my jaw, and I capture her wrist in my grip. Not to stop her, to anchor myself as these foreign emotions threaten to drown me. I've spent my life taking, conquering, breaking everything I touch. My other hand tangles in her dark waves, tilting her face up. But you, the thought of breaking you doesn't satisfy me anymore. The thought of losing you. A growl tears from my throat. My wings snap forward, caging her against my chest. The need to possess her, to keep her close, burns through my blood like wildfire. I'd rather die than watch you leave. The confession rips from me, raw and bleeding. I'd burn this city to ash, tear down the walls of New Solus itself, anything to keep you. Arin's breath catches. Her pulse races beneath my fingers, but she doesn't pull away. She never pulls away, even when faced with the darkness inside me. I love you. The words feel foreign on my tongue, sharp as broken glass. Gods help me, I love you. Every prayer, every defiance, every scrap of light you've brought into my darkness. My forehead presses against hers, wings trembling with the force of emotion I can't contain. For the first time in my life, I surrender completely, letting the last of my walls crumble beneath her gentle touch. Kai, she whispers, looking so soft, so gentle. I've never seen her like this. Can you not see that I love you? That I've loved you for so long? What? She bites down on her bottom lip as she grins. I love you. Her words, those 3 simple words, shatter something primal inside me. My control splinters as I yank her against my chest, burying my face in the curve of her neck. Her pulse thrums beneath my lips, a steady rhythm that grounds me as my magic surges and settles around us both. Dark violet energy ripples through the air, weaving a protective cocoon that shields us from the world. My wings follow suit, their ash-gray expanse creating a fortress of feathers and shadow. The scars along their edges catch the dim light as they curl tighter, pressing her closer. Her skin burns against mine, a stark contrast to the cold emptiness I've carried for my entire life. My fingers dig into her waist, probably hard enough to bruise, but I can't bring myself to loosen my grip. She's real. She's here. She's mine. The magic responds to my possessiveness, threading through her dark waves like violet lightning. It seeps into her very essence, marking her as mine in ways no physical claim ever could. The power should frighten her. It's broken lesser beings, but she merely sighs and melts further into my embrace. Little flame. My voice comes out, rough against her throat. The nickname holds new meaning now, weighted with everything I couldn't say before. She truly is my flame, burning away the darkness I've cultivated for so long. My magic pulses with each beat of her heart, synchronizing until I can't tell where my power ends and she begins. The violet energy wraps around her like a second skin, protective and possessive all at once. It's never responded this way to anyone else, never sought to shelter rather than destroy. I breathe her in, letting her presence calm the storm of emotions raging through my blood. The scent of her faith mingles with my magic, creating something entirely new, something sacred and profane all at once. A perfect balance of light and shadow, just like us.
Chapter 28. Arinwin. He kisses up my throat and along my jaw, and I melt into him, into his touch, his words, his confession. This Zafan has become my everything, my reason to live, and I would do anything for him. I lift my face to Kai as he pulls back, my heart thundering against my ribs. His touch on my cheek sends a thrill igniting through me. Those deadly warrior's hands so unexpectedly tender. The vulnerability in his violet eyes steals my breath. "Little flame," he whispers, thumb tracing my jawline. His wings curl around us, creating a private sanctuary of shadow and starlight. I reach up, threading my fingers through his dark hair where it's come loose from its tie. The strands feel like silk against my skin. And then he's leaning in, giving me that last part of him. And I want it. I want it so much as I tip my head to the side, pushing up on my toes, eager for him to take everything from me.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 29. Arinwin. Through the dim light of dawn filtering into my chambers, I watch the steady rise and fall of Arin's chest as she sleeps peacefully beside me. Dark waves of her hair spill across my pillows, and her dark skin glows in the soft light. My fingers hover over the curve of her shoulder but don't touch. I don't want to wake her yet. Not after I thoroughly ravaged her last night. She's probably hoarse after all the begging I made her do, after the way I used her body as my own little offering and made her worship me. And I do it all again. I plan to. She looks so small, so delicate against the expanse of my bed. My wings shift restlessly at the thought, casting shadows across her sleeping form. The urge to wrap her in them, to shield her from the world outside these walls, claws at my chest. "Little flame," I whisper, though she can't hear me. The nickname has taken on new meaning, no longer mockery, but something deeper that I'm barely beginning to understand. A possessive growl builds in my throat as I imagine another's hands on her, another's voice commanding her prayers. The mere thought sends rage coursing through my veins, my magic crackling in violet sparks along my skin. My scars burn with remembered battles, but this is different. This isn't about conquest or dominance anymore. I've broken countless spirits before her, taken pride in watching the light fade from defiant eyes. But Arin, her light only burns brighter. Even in submission, she maintains that inner flame that first drew me to her. The thought of that light being extinguished, or worse, burning for another, makes my blood run cold. My fingers curl into fists. Having her pray to me, sleep with me, yield to my desires, it's not enough anymore. I need more. I need to bind her to me so completely that no one would dare try to take her. The magic in my blood pulses with the possibility, ancient and primal. She shifts slightly in her sleep, a small furrow appearing between her brows. Without thinking, I smooth it away with my thumb, and her face relaxes again. The simple gesture sends an unfamiliar ache through my chest. But my love is not enough. I want to give her more. The morning sun bathes the temple steps in harsh light as I approach. My wings cast long shadows across the pristine stone, each step measured and deliberate despite the uncertainty churning in my gut. Warriors don't bow, not to anyone. Yet here I am, about to grovel before the Protheka. Inside, the temple air hangs thick with incense. My boots echo against marble floors as I approach the altar where Protheka Ananias stands in flowing black robes, her back turned to me. "I require information about a soul-binding ceremony." The words taste like ash in my mouth. She turns, silver eyes narrowing. The great Kairin, seeking to bind souls. A cruel smile plays at her lips. And am I supposed to assume it's with a human, no less? My magic surges before I can stop it, violet energy crackling along my wings. The candles around the altar flare dangerously. Watch your tone when speaking of her. Interesting. She circles me like a predator. You'd tie your immortal soul to a creature whose life is but a blink compared to ours? My hands clench. Can it be done? The ceremony wasn't meant for... Can it be done? Magic pulses with each word, making the temple walls vibrate. She stops in front of me, studying my face. Yes, though few Nashai would dare perform it. The gods may have opinions about such a union. I don't care about opinions, I care about results. Clearly, her lips curl. The great warrior brought low by a human pet. How the mighty fall. This time I let my magic flare fully, filling the temple with crackling violet light. The temperature drops as shadows writhe along the walls. She is not a pet. Proththea raises her hands in mock surrender, but I catch the calculating look in her eyes. The ceremony can bind human and Zafan souls, if that is what you need to know. And you? I study her. Will you perform it? She seems to really consider the question before finally saying, if I must. You do? I level her with a harsh glare, one I normally wouldn't dare give a Proththea. But she just nods, and I take that for as good as I'm going to get. As I leave the temple, I'm not so surprised to find Vex and Michael waiting for me. They must have seen me go in. Were you summoned? Michael asks. But when I hesitate, it's Vex who says, no, we didn't think so. And as much as I hate letting people in, these two are my closest friends. My brothers, essentially. And I don't like the fighting that's been going on between us. I'm going to have her soul-bound to me. Their shock flickers over their features. She will no longer be human, nor a threat in that way. You're willing to tie your soul to hers? Michael hasn't recovered yet. I only nod. I know it's a big undertaking, especially since it means I will never be able to harm her and share my power with her. Zafan do not take mates like other species. We cannot break it off or go without our soul-bound ever again. But that's what I want with Arn. I want it more than anything. Vex looks between the two of us and then steps forward, clapping me on the shoulder. Then, we are happy for you. Michael shifts on his feet. We did not realize how deep your connection with her ran. But now? I raise a brow. Now, we will support you and your soul-bound. I nod, clapping them each on the shoulder in thanks, and then I leave the compound. There is one last thing I need to do. I find Arin in her usual spot in the courtyard, kneeling in prayer. Sunlight catches in her dark waves, creating a halo effect that makes my chest tighten. Her eyes are closed, lips moving in silent devotion. For the first time in my existence, I drop to my knees before another being. The motion startles her, those deep brown eyes flying open, lips parting in shock. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating a private sanctuary around us both. Kai! Her voice trembles. I need you. The words scrape raw in my throat. Not just as mine to command, not just as mine to possess. My fingers brush her cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin. I need you bound to me, soul to soul. She starts to pull back, but I catch her hands in mine. Violet energy crackles between us, making her gasp. Listen to me, little flame. This isn't ownership. It's protection. It's power. My grip tightens. No one could ever hurt you again. No one could take you from me. And My voice breaks. I couldn't hurt you either, physically couldn't. The bond wouldn't allow it. What are you saying? Her pulse races under my fingers. I'm saying I'd cut my own heart out before I let anything happen to you. I press her hand against my chest, let her feel the thundering beneath. I'm saying I want to give you power over me that no one has ever had, that no one will ever have again. Her eyes search mine. Why? Because I love you, and I truly mean that. The thought of you not being here. Magic surges through me, making shadows dance across the courtyard stones, because I can't be away from you anymore, because you've become as essential as breathing. I've never begged for anything in my life. But for her, let me bind your soul to mine, little flame. Let me protect you. Let me. The word catches in my throat. Let me love you. Her breath catches, those deep brown eyes searching mine. Time stretches between us like pulled glass, fragile and sharp. Then she nods, a small motion that shatters my world and rebuilds it anew. I would love nothing more. Magic explodes from my skin in violent waves of violet light, crackling across my wings and casting wild shadows through the courtyard. My hands tangle in her dark waves, pulling her to me with a growl that's more beast than man. Her soft gasp is lost against my mouth as I claim her lips. She tastes like sunlight and prayer, like everything I never knew I needed until she knelt at my feet. My tongue traces the seam of her lips, demanding entry. And when she yields, gods, when she yields, I devour her like a starving man. One hand grips her waist, fingers digging into soft flesh as I drag her closer. My wings curl around us, blocking out the world beyond. In this moment, nothing exists but the slide of her tongue against mine, the perfect weight of her in my arms, the thundering of our hearts beating in desperate synchronization. She makes a small sound in the back of her throat that sets my blood on fire. I break away only to trail hungry kisses down her throat, marking my territory with teeth and tongue. Mine, I growl against her pulse point. Magic crackles between us with each touch, making her shiver. Forever mine. Her fingers thread through my hair, and the gentle touch nearly undoes me. I capture her mouth again, pouring centuries of loneliness and want into the kiss. She matches my intensity. That inner flame of hers burning bright enough to consume us both. Let it burn. Let it destroy everything I was before her. I'll rise from those ashes a better man, worthy of the gift she's given me, worthy of her trust, her submission, her love.
Chapter 30. Arinwin. I stand before the Protheka, my feet cool against the black marble floor through my thin shoes. The gauzy white dress Kai selected clings to my skin, making me feel almost ethereal and worthy of him. Magic pulses through the ritual chamber in waves of violet and crimson, each surge making the black candles flicker and dance. Kai stands next to me, his presence both threatening and oddly reassuring. His wings stretch half open, casting shadows that writhe across the walls like living things. The heat from his body radiates against my back, close enough that a single step would press me against his chest. The Protheka's golden eyes bore into mine. Her ceremonial robes ripple with darkness, adorned with runes that swim and shift before my eyes. Unlike the temple's grand ceremonies, this intimate setting only amplifies the weight of what's about to take place. My heart pounds against my ribs as the Protheka approaches, her footsteps silent on the stone. The scent of burning herbs fills my lungs, sweet and cloying, nothing like the pure incense used in ceremonies back home. Magic crackles around us, making the air taste like metal and midnight. The candles surge higher, their black flames reaching toward the vaulted ceiling. In their light, I catch glimpses of ancient symbols carved into the walls, pulsing with power that makes my skin crawl. The Protheka's voice rises and falls, each syllable resonating through my bones. Her words paint pictures of eternal bonds and unbreakable chains, of souls merging until they become one. My fingers tremble in Kai's iron grip. These two souls have chosen a bond that overcomes all else, the Proththea intones. Together, they will become one, to find something stronger than they could before, to withstand life with the other always at their side, to commit to a lifetime that can never be changed after this. Kai's thumb traces circles on my palm, the gesture almost tender despite the predatory gleam in his eyes. The black flames cast shadows across his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw and the intensity of his gaze. The orb of Solis pulses on its obsidian pedestal, its surface swirling with galaxies and stars. Each flash illuminates the chamber in bursts of celestial light, turning Kai's wings to gleaming silver. The magic builds, layer upon layer, until the air itself feels thick enough to drown in. Your souls will merge, the Proththea continues, raising her hands. Dark energy coils around her fingers like living smoke. The weak shall be strengthened, the strong shall be elevated. My heart hammers against my ribs. Kai's wings curl forward, creating a feathered cocoon around us both. His eyes never leave my face, watching every flutter of my lashes, every quickened breath. He assured me that I could withstand this ceremony. But with the magic swirling and the Proththea's intense gaze, I'm growing more and more nervous. "Do you accept this bond?" the Proththea asks, her voice echoing with otherworldly power. Before I can respond, Kai's grip tightens. His magic wraps around me like chains of starfire, both protective and possessive. The intensity of his gaze pins me in place more effectively than any physical restraint. "I do," Kai says, so confident that I forget everything else. "I love this man. I want him." It eases the tension out of me as I turn back to the Proththea. As do I. The Proththea's hands weave through the air, pulling streams of golden magic into intricate patterns. The energy coalesces between Kai and me, forming a glowing tether that pulses like a living heartbeat. Each throb sends waves of power cascading through my body, setting every nerve ending ablaze. The connection snaps into place just over our hearts as the Proththea completes the bond. My breath catches as the tether tugs me toward Kai, and he catches me in his arms. I stare down at the magic flowing between us, stunned. "Be still," Kai murmurs against my ear, his voice rough with barely contained power. The Proththea's fingers trace burning symbols over my heart, right through the thin fabric of my dress. The runes sear into my skin, not with pain, but with a cold so intense it steals my breath. Ancient markings bloom across my flesh in swirls of midnight and starlight, each line connecting me further to the warrior behind me. Kai's chest rumbles against my back as the Proththea marks him in turn. His magic surges through the tether, flooding my veins with liquid fire. The symbols on my chest pulse in response, pulling me deeper into his embrace. His arms lock around my waist, fingers digging into my hips as the bond strengthens. Power rushes between us in waves, each pulse stronger than the last. I feel his strength, his darkness, his obsessive need to possess. His emotions crash through me, pride, hunger, a possessiveness so deep it borders on madness. My own feelings reflect back through the tether, amplified by the ancient magic. Fear tangled with fascination, defiance wrapped in submission. The runes flash brighter, their glow visible even through my dress. Each symbol represents a different aspect of our connection. Dominance and submission, protection and possession, strength and vulnerability. They write our story in a language older than time, binding us together in ways that transcend physical bonds. Kai's wings tremble as the magic peaks, his control slipping just enough to let me feel the depth of his response. Through the tether, I sense his surprise at the intensity of our connection, the way it shakes his carefully maintained walls. His magic coils around me like a living thing, tendrils of violet power sliding beneath my skin. And then he bends, His lips claim mine with fierce possession, stealing my breath. Through our new bond, his emotions crash into me, triumph and relief, and a hunger so deep it makes me dizzy. His wings create a dark cocoon around us, blocking out everything except the pulsing glow of our shared magic. One hand tangles in my hair, while the other presses against the small of my back, moulding me against the hard planes of his chest. Each point of contact sends sparks racing through my nerves. The runes on my chest flare with answering heat, resonating with his touch. His joy floods the bond between us, pure and savage in its intensity. This is what he's wanted since the moment he claimed me, to own not just my body, but my very soul. The thought should terrify me, but the magic singing through my veins transforms fear into a different kind of surrender. Mine, he growls against my mouth. Finally, completely mine. His kiss deepens, demanding total submission. Through our connection, I feel the way my response affects him, how each small sound I make stokes the fire of his possessiveness. His magic pulses stronger, wrapping us both in chains of violet light that bind us closer with every heartbeat.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.